£5.
Ensure Leeds' dismal 5-match losing run became 6. They went behind on 53 minutes. Massimo Maccarone found Budwin Zenden, and his finish past Paul Robinson was decisive. Leeds players may still be in the shop window, but today's showing couldn't have done too much for their valuation. Juninho, who else, dummied on halfway with 15 minutes remaining and left everyone chasing shadows. Everyone, that is, except Joseph Desiree Job, who finished past Paul Robinson. Further woe for Leeds as keeper Robinson was sent off with a couple of minutes remaining for bringing down Borough's substitute Michael Ricketts. Scott Carson faced Ricketts himself for the penalty, but his first act on his debut was to pick the ball out of the net. Leeds in mortal danger. Can anything save them now?
Driving wind meant this meeting was always going to be something of a lottery. Wolves included new signings Carl Court and goalkeeper Paul Jones, while Portsmouth's new acquisition Ivica Mornar led the line with Teddy Sheringham. Portsmouth were hoping to make it 3 home Premiership wins on the spin, and they almost went in front early on when Ayal Barkovic struck the outside of the post. Good work in the lead-up from Matty Taylor and Teddy Sheringham. Paul Jones almost added his name to the nominations for goalkeeping clangers of the season when he knocked the ball straight to Teddy Sheringham. His angle shot across goal, not all that far wide. Wolves had a narrow escape when Linvoy Primus got up to meet Patrick Berger's corner, his deft header coming back off the woodwork. Wolves had to withstand a lot of Portsmouth pressure, but they almost snatched an equaliser, Stephen Everson's header against the woodwork. The referee, though, had spotted a foul. No goals at Fratton Park.
David O'Leary was able to include new signing Alberto Solano in his lineup at Leicester, hoping to improve Aston Villa's miserable away form. It worked. Darius Vassell beat the offside trap and shot past Ian Walker. Didn't he used to play for England? Villa doubled their lead on 57 minutes, Hitzlberger with the corner, and Peter Crouch headed home his first Premiership goal for 20 months. But who's counting? It hurt though. 3 minutes later it was 3-0. Solano's cross knocked down by Gareth Barry, and Vassell hammered low past Ian Walker. That was the signal for an ugly incident involving the keeper and an irate Leicester supporter. Walker was at his most positive of the afternoon as he took his frustrations out on the unfortunate fan. Sadly for Leicester, Walker's mind was no longer on the job. Dion Dublin made it 4 from a Hitzlsperger free kick, and pretty soon it was 5 as Peter Crouch rediscovered his goal-scoring touch, shooting across Walker for Villa's second away win of the season.
Yes, Leicester in deep trouble in the relegation zone against free-scoring Aston Villa there. Well, we're going to take a short break now. Join us in a few moments, though, as we catch up with Charlton Athletic's push for a Champions League spot.
Good ball, Carlton Cole, he's got away from it,
Charlton manager Alan Kirbishley lost the one player many consider the key to his side's success in the league this season. Once Chelsea came knocking, the prospect of Champions League football, possible league and cup success proved too much for Scott Parker to resist, and he showed great pace getting away from the Valley. Well, Kirbishley insisted Charlton are not a one-man team, and today they had a chance to prove that against Carling Cup finalists Bolton Wanderers. Darren Maloney is your match commentator.
Alan Kirbishley has had to rally his troops like never before following the departure of Scott Parker to Chelsea. They won without him against Everton recently, but were only victorious twice, minus Parker, in a 10-game spell last season. Klaus Jensen, Paolo Di Canio and Jonathan Johansson are all included today, but there's no place in the squad for fit-again Sean Bartlett. New Bolton signing, Steve Howie didn't make the travelling party today. Yuri Djorkaeff hasn't made it either, which is a big blow to the League Cup finalists, as is the absence of JJ Okocha. Stelios, Franson and Pedersen are in their first 11 this afternoon. The referee this afternoon is Andy Durso. And Charlton in their home colours of red and white, playing from left to right as we look at it in the first half at the Valley. It's been a torrid few days for all involved at Charlton Athletic Football Club with the departure of Scott Parker, £10 million to Chelsea. As you look at Sam Allardyce, the Bolton boss, and here's a chance straight away for Bolton, and they've scored! Inside the first minute, 25 seconds, and Pedersen has got it. Well, Charlton off to a terrible start. Bolton off to the best possible opening. Henrik Pedersen. What about this? Straight from the kick-out. Davies with the flick on, and Pedersen got between the two defenders and buried it into the back of the net. A fantastic goal, and Bolton really picking up where they left off on such a high after making it through the League Cup final. This week could get a lot worse for Alan Kirbishley. Now that's a risky ball. Stewart chasing down Jääskeläinen out of his line. Di Canio just couldn't direct it towards goal. Well, that was a very testing moment for the Bolton defence. Stelios Perry has come through to Di Canio. Ivan Campo trying to break up the attack, but it's not working. Stewart, Ewell. Now good movement. Here is Di Canio. Nobody in the centre at the moment. Now they're arriving. Paolo Di Canio. Chance here. Oh, off the woodwork. Klaus Jensen first of all, then Johansson. And Jensen, another one of the players lining out against his former club today. Very nearly equalised. Certainly has been a lot packed into the first 5 minutes of this game. That took a deflection off a defender. Ewell. Holland. Hreidersen. Stelios closing him down. Hreidersen gets past him well. And Campo too. Jensen. Campo again coming to meet the ball carrier. Jensen and Stewart combining. Possibilities here. Back post, it's Johansson! 1-1 after 11.5 minutes. This is turning out to be quite a game already. This was a great goal, beautifully constructed. Stewart combining, and the marking was shocking. It was Barnes who left Johansson absolutely free. 1-1 at the Valley. Doing the right thing. They've scored the right goal. Fish letting that bounce. Dangerous policy. Kishishev sending it back. Fratsen! Good stop by Kiley. Didn't have to move that far to get it. Certainly is open enough, isn't it? But Charlton didn't help themselves here. Fish made the initial mistake. Holland it was closing Franson down. Stewart. Cole again, he certainly has made a big impression on this game. And Tone using his considerable strength just to brush Carlton Cole aside. He is, I suppose, what you call a no-nonsense type of defender. Graham Stewart. Carlton Cole is ahead of him. Stewart coming in there, and the cross, a dangerous one, straight into the waiting arms of the goalkeeper Jääskeläinen. But again, Charlton getting the ball into the danger area, just can't get a striker on the end of it. Ibrahim Ba, that's a very good ball. Hunt, Kiley makes the save. Danger still not clear. Kevin Davies was in there. Nicky Hunt was free. That was a very, very good ball. Hunt just tried to place it. Kiley made a decent save. Ibrahim Ba yet to make a real impression on this game at the Valley. Pedersen. Pedersen still going, he's going all the way. Pedersen trying to place it. Kiley with a very good save. I just can't believe that Charlton gave him all that time and space, and Dean Kiley was up to this. Not the first time in the game Pedersen has run all the way through. Fish was out of position, just trying to curl it in. Kiley, it was heading in too, wasn't it? They are the team with the most shots off target in the Premiership. Oh, Gotti in on it. Johansson did enough to put him off. Goal kick. Not a bad delivery. Better tempo about it now. Hreidersen. Good ball. Carlton Cole, he's got away from Gotti. Carlton Cole for Charlton. Jääskeläinen saves it, and nobody in a red shirt coming in. to put that into the back of the net. But Carlton Cole capitalising after Ngotti's mistake. Ryderson played it forward. No danger here for Bolton. Then Ngotti slips, and Cole denied by Jääskeläinen. Now Konchesky using his pace to go in behind Hunt. The cross from Konchesky, it's still in play. Barnes got it all wrong. Johansson, oh dear. Well, he got free of the cover, but just couldn't turn around. In fairness to him, difficult to turn so quickly and get the power into the shot. Got it on target. No real problem for Jääskeläinen there. Ibrahim Ba held up by Ryderson. Ivan Campo with the free kick for Bolton. Just under 13 minutes remain. Ngotti coming onto the end of that. Tome is in there. Lots of possibilities for them here. Kiley got lost completely in there. Ibrahim Ba sends it in. Here's a chance. And Kiley, and it's gone in. And Bolton are in front. And it's Kevin Nolan who has done it. Is that the winner? Kiley was in all sorts of trouble when the corner came in the first place. Nolan has a habit of scoring important goals, and he's done it again. That's number 6 for the season. Just watch Kiley here, all over the place, and by the time he got up on his feet, well, the marking was shocking. Charlton were pushing out. Kiley got a touch to it, but could do nothing about it. Deflected it, indeed, into his own goal. Bolton into the League Cup final, now lead at Charlton. Konchesky drills it forward. Di Canio is under it. It's Ngotti's header away. Holland sends it back in. Holland trying to get to that once more. Charlton beats him there. Simon Charlton, that is. Stewart away from France. A good feat from Graham Stewart. Kishishev. Cole is there. Well worked from Charlton. Carlton Cole just couldn't get that on target. Decent cross. Kishishev. Carlton Cole. Here's Matt Holland onto it. Di Canio, Johansson. Oh, well, they're making the chances, Charlton. They're running out of time, though. But Johansson, who got the first, well, I'm sure couldn't believe this came through to him. Holland was there. Di Canio wanted it. Johansson was well off target in the end. Here's Graham Stewart. Stewart drives it. Jääskeläinen got a hand to it. Johansson is there. It's still not clear. Fish. Stewart again. Oh, it's wide. And that would appear to be that at the Valley for Charlton. Graham Stewart. This was hit beautifully. Alan Kirbishley. A grin on his face. But Charlton have tried everything in the last few minutes of this game. But it's not to be. And it's defeat for Alan Kirbishley and Charlton against Bolton. Great week for them, making it to the League Cup final, and 3 points at the Valley. Nolan's goal, the difference in the end. Here it's finished. Charlton 1, Bolton Wanderers 2.
Yes, as Dara quite rightly said there, a great week for Bolton, capped off with that victory this afternoon, but a very bad week for Alan Kirbishley and Charlton, losing Scott Parker, losing this afternoon. But John, having said that, they're still 4th in the Premiership. How did that happen?
I don't know. I can't see them finish.
On paper, this one was too close to call. On grass, it was pretty much the same story. Newcastle have tied their last 4 matches on the road, the draw specialists of the Premiership, but a good start at St Andrews saw them take the lead with a truly magnificent strike from Gary Speed. From 30 yards, his thunderous shot flew past Taylor in the Birmingham goal, the Welsh midfielder's 3rd of the season. Birmingham should have equalised a minute into the second half when Clinton Morrison got cleared on the left. He released Lazaridis and his cutback found Hughes, who shot over. Birmingham rescued a lost cause in injury time. Kenny Cunningham's free kick deep into the box, and substitute Stern John got the touch past Shay Given. No longer Stern, the man's ecstatic.
OK, here's a recap now on all today's Premiership results. It may not have been pretty, but Manchester United claimed all 3 points against Southampton. A 90th minute equaliser earned Birmingham a draw with Newcastle, as you've just seen. Kevin Nolan with the winner for Bolton away to Charlton. Robbie Keane on the score sheet, but on the losing side, I'm afraid, for Spurs against Fulham. 10-man Leeds United went down 3-0 to Middlesbrough. 2 apiece for Peter Crouch and Darius Vassell as Aston Villa win 5-0. Honours even in the Merseyside derby and also scoreless between Portsmouth and Wolves. And this is how the table looks starting in the lower half. It's starting to look rather bleak for Leeds United, now 3 points adrift at the bottom. Not much movement elsewhere. Aston Villa and Middlesbrough both moving up a place. And at the top of the table, Manchester United now 1 point clear. That may change tomorrow, of course, when Arsenal take on Manchester City. Charlton remain in 4th place. Fulham, Newcastle and Liverpool not far behind. They're all on 34 points, as you've just seen. And Sam Allardyce over the moon because Bolton, they've moved up to 8th place. OK, well, some very interesting...
The all-new Mazda 3. Have you got what it takes?
The high-speed world of AOL broadband is now better value than ever. You can listen to over 100 stations of uninterrupted music on AOL radio. Get Premiership and Nationwide Football League video news, interviews and highlights. And with firewall included free, you get even more online protection. With a free modem, no setup fees and no hassle, there's never been a better time to get AOL broadband. So call 0800 376 5588. AOL, what happens is in your hands.
I don't think this on-demand thing is for us. Why not? It's for the big guys.
We're big.
What's big? What's big? Biggest people in 6 countries, biggest suppliers in 12 states, biggest an office in Guam. That is big. Yeah, we have big guy issues. Integration, outsourcing, on-demand issues. So you're saying this on-demand thing is for us? Even though we're not that big.
Yet.
Act like a big guy, pay like a little guy.
What?
During your lifetime, your eyes will capture over 24 million images. To enable us to see exactly what you're seeing, every Vision Express eye examination is tailor-made. Our optometrists have over 100 different ways to assess how well your eyes are working. Come and see us. Vision Express.
One family, 12 kids.
That's nuts.
The countdown to chaos has begun. Pick up your free digital stopwatch with every child's cinema ticket on Saturday 7th and Sunday 8th of February.
They'll need help cleaning up there.
Clean up on aisle 12.
Steve Martin. Cheaper by the dozen.
You spend, sometimes little, sometimes a lot. Then you come across Nationwide's current account. A current account designed to be as smart with money as you have to be.
How can you prepare your body to be pushed to its limit, or train harder and recover quicker? The Lucozade Sports Science Academy is dedicated to answering these questions. We can already improve top athletes' endurance and maintain a footballer's performance, even into extra time. But we know we can do more, and we will. For us, this is a marathon, not a sprint. Are you ready?
When you're undercover, there can't be any slip-ups.
Just call them Joe. Who's Joe?
And never make a move unless your handler says so.
Do you still believe I'm a rat?
Don't miss the 3rd all-new episode of The Handler, tomorrow, 10 o'clock, Sky 1.
Been raining very, very heavily during the half-time interval. So heavily that there's the pitch. Only kidding. We will have a second half. Middlesbrough and Arsenal, weather permitting. Second time of asking. Tuesday night, the Carling Cup semi-final second leg, Sky Sports 2, and then it's the FA Cup 4th round replay between Spurs and Manchester City. Sky Sports 2 again for that. Chelsea leading by 2-1 at half-time at Ewood Park as we rejoin Brian Marwood and Alan Parry.
Thanks, Marcus. Manchester City, one of the 6 teams to have won here at Ewood Park this season, along with Liverpool, Fulham, Aston Villa, Charlton and Bolton. Blackburn on the verge of a 7th home defeat. Certainly they've got to reproduce the form they showed in the opening 15 or 20 minutes. Their confidence ebbed away once Chelsea had equalised, and ebbed away even further when Lampard put them ahead. His ball out to the right wing. Eluded Hasselbank, and the first throw into the game to Blackburn, down to 16th in the table after taking just 6 out of the last 21 points. They're currently 9 points worse off than they were at the same stage last season, when of course they were in the top 8. And their poor opening to the season even more mystifying when you think how strongly they finished last season, with 8 wins from their last 12 games in the Premiership. Flitcroft, who gave them a wonderful start today. The layoff by Emerton, a return by Tugai. Here's Neil. York near post, Cole far post. But in the end, Bridge got the clearance.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what Graham has done tactically, or how he will start the second half tactically. Of course, he changed and almost went like for like against Chelsea, but whether Emerton will start wide right, we'll see.
2 men going for the same ball, and then Tugai picked up the loose ball to fire in the shot, which has produced a corner.
Well, they would crave for a start to the second half as they had in the first half, where they really did take the game to Chelsea, and Chelsea were certainly rocked by a fantastic opening by Blackburn Rovers, but they couldn't build on that.
Babel and Cole, the 2 major threats in the air to the Chelsea defence here. Flitcroft waiting to pick up the pieces. Didn't need to bother. Awful corner. It's actually turned into a counter-attack for Mutu. Fine challenge though by Neil. Johnson. And at the second attempt, Gray wins it back. Neil and Babel exchanging passes in a dangerous area. Flick on by Cole. York. There's Tugai again. Now Gray. Easy clearance for Gallas, but played straight back in by Flitcroft over the head of Andy Cole.
I think Tugai is such an important player, you know, Alan, for Blackburn Rovers. It was such a good passer of the ball. They need to get him on the ball more. We really didn't see an awful lot of him in the first 45 minutes.
Mutu doing brilliantly here. He's had a wonderful game and a really inviting cross.
Looked very sharp, hasn't he? Adrian Mutu really twisting and turning on that left-hand side, causing Blackburn Rovers plenty of problems.
Certainly one of the differences between the 2 sides has been the performance of the front 2 in each case. Mutu and Hasselbank have been far more dangerous than Cole and York have for Blackburn. Petit giving it away. It's come back to Frank Lampard. Now Makaleli, just beyond the reach of Lampard. Flitcroft, and he's given it away. Hasselbank. Oh, the ball rebounding all over the place here. Hasselbank up against Gray. And Jimmy Floyd believes he was brought down there, but nothing given. Johnson winning it back. The flick by Parker was well read by Tugai, who was then fouled. Blackburn's free kick, and they've taken it already. Dwight York for them. Only Andy Cole ahead of him, and then York, who's had a disappointing match so far, almost knocked it out of play. Emerton racing back to retrieve possession. And then he gives it away. Curious start to the second half.
Well, very careless, isn't it, from both sides, and you know, that's why it's important. I mentioned it just moments earlier about getting Tugai on the ball. You know, although he did give that ball away that resulted in Chelsea getting their second goal. He normally is a good passer of the ball and brings a little bit of composure to that area of the field.
Nobody wants to keep hold of it at the moment. Emerton. Likewise.
Well, William Gallas has got a real problem at the moment. I just wonder whether he's got a slight thigh strain. He was just holding that part of his right leg moments earlier. Perhaps one of the reasons why Robert Huth was chosen ahead of Alexi Nicholas. Late change for Chelsea on the substitutes bench. Gallas, we think, just picked up a slight knock when they were warming up, and he didn't seem to be moving that freely.
Hasselbank. Now Lampard. Johnson takes over. And Gallas didn't look too comfortable when he played that ball. Here's Makelele. Hasselbank with time to turn. And Mutu!
Should have scored. Should have scored. Very acrobatic. But again, some poor defending from Blackburn Rovers, really. The way that they allow this ball into the danger area, it's far too comfortable. You know, Andy Todd doesn't cope with Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank, and Mutu just sits up very kindly. But he'll be bitterly disappointed not to have scored today so far, because his general play has been very good. He's linked extremely well with Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank.
He has scored 3 times in his last 3 games, Mutu, after going 14 matches without a goal. Hasselbank. Johnson. The return ball to Glenn Johnson was from Mutu. Good interception. But then Babel gives it away. Mutu. Brilliant again. Adrian Mutu! Oh, that was close.
Well, he almost tried to be too clever, didn't he? But Marcus Babel again giving the ball away carelessly, and you can't do that at this level, because you're going to have players like Mutu, Lampard, Hasselbank. They're going to punish you. And Mutu goes for the delicate chip, having worked his way into a wonderful opening. There's another chance that went begging for Chelsea.
Gallas wins it back at the other end. Makelele trying to shake off Douglas, and does so, but gives the ball straight to Flitcroft. Here's Tugay. Makelele coming to win it back. Petit. Lampard. Good ball. Bridge had plenty of time to move on to it and find Parker. Hasselbank's made an early run here. He's got to be aware of offside. Makelele. It's a lovely ball. Hasselbank. That'll be a corner, or did it take another deflection? Hasselbank's claiming corner and is very angry that it's not been given. Goal kick.
When I first saw it, I think that the referee and his assistant seemed to get it right, because Marcus Babel just following the run. The first challenge, and then the second one you can see comes off the leg of Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank. There seems to be a lot more control and composure about Chelsea's performance. It's something that Blackburn really haven't had since that opening quarter of an hour.
Parker back on the left-hand side again. Mutu everywhere. Here's Gray. Plenty of targets, but that looks too close to Cudicini.
Too much height on that from Michael Gray to really trouble the Chelsea back four plus the goalkeeper. But again, it's got to be encouraging for Blackburn if they can get that ball into wide areas.
Johnson. Now Lampard. Mutu calling for the ball. Out on the left wing. Here's Bridge. Petit. It's good football from Chelsea, weaving these little triangular movements. A bit over elaborate on occasions, as they were then, but they've kept possession importantly. Even though they've had to go all the way back to Cudicini, they've still got that ball. Now given away to Todd. Emerton. Here's Parker. Very satisfactory debut by him so far. Well, it looks as though Graham Souness is about to unleash a bold move. He has 2 substitutes ready to come on at this early stage of the second half. Here's young Paul Gallagher, the Scottish under-21 striker. And he's going to take the place of the Irish midfielder Jonathan Douglas. Couldn't really get into the game today. And also coming on, that'll be more of a like-for-like replacement actually, is Alan Mahon. He will replace Douglas on that left-hand side, and Dwight York, who's been disappointing, will be replaced effectively by Gallagher.
Graham had to change things, didn't he, because they just lost their way a little bit, Blackburn Rovers, and you could see the amount of control and composure that Chelsea was showing, and he needs to try and change that. Gallagher, as we've seen already this season, you know, can unsettle defences, and Mahon will give them a little bit more composure on this left-hand side.
Glorious ball, Gallas to Mutu. Petit. Parker. Good football again. Bridge with the cross. Hasselbank. He's offside. 1 count.
That was a good find, wasn't it, from Wayne Bridge on that left-hand side. It was really too comfortable. The way they're just popping around, little passes. Scott Parker, Wayne Bridge, and you can see there that Jimmy Floyd strays into an offside position.
Chelsea have now scored more goals than Arsenal. Only Manchester United can beat them in the goals for column in the Premiership this season, although strangely enough no fewer than 9 of Chelsea's 14 wins have been by a single goal margin. It's a single goal margin that Ranieri's team lead Blackburn by today. Mutu finding Lampard, but one back by Flitcroft. Gray. Gallas got there ahead of Cole. Couldn't risk the ball back to his goalkeeper, but did find Petit. Now Makaleli. Johnson. Lampard. It's lovely football again from Chelsea. Parker. Good ball for Johnson. Jimmy Floyd. Hasselbank's in the middle. Corner off Todd.
Well, it just seems almost one-way traffic, doesn't it, for the visitors. Chelsea enjoying so much supremacy with the ball, creating lots of opportunities, and well, it's got to be said, perhaps a little bit more worthy of a 2-1 lead.
And the travelling Chelsea fans worshipping Hasselbank as he goes across to take this corner. Deep one towards Lampard. It's another corner.
Yeah, I think if Blackburn Rovers are to get back into this game, they've really got to, you know, perhaps up the tempo, get in Chelsea's face a little bit more, and try and make it difficult for them. And that's something that they're just not doing at the moment.
Scotty Parker. Cole's layoff. Here's young Gallagher. Cole. Brought down by Petit. They wanted an early free kick, Blackburn, but the referee wasn't really ready.
I don't think Alan Mahon was ready when he received the ball, but it's a little bit reckless, wasn't it, from Manu Petit, just catching the left angle of Andy Cole. It's not a bad position, this, so it's just right of centre. Emerton will certainly fancy his chances. Mahon with his left foot, maybe, but they need to really test the goalkeeper. They need to make Cudicini work from here.
He's only just come on, of course, Mahon. I'm not even sure he's touched the ball since he arrived as a substitute. He's going to now. Out of the wall came Parker to block it.
It was a good block, wasn't it, by Scott Parker? Perhaps just delayed a little bit too long by Blackburn Rovers.
Lampard with the clearance. Hasselbank will keep chasing here.
They can go so quickly from defence to attack, can't they, Chelsea? And that's what the good sides can do. Whether that's Arsenal, Manchester United, we see it with Chelsea. You know, they turn those defensive situations into promising attacking situations.
Lampard. Well, just thinking you could get a decent team out of those not in the starting lineup for Chelsea today. Babayaro, Desai, Cole, Duff, Jeremy, Melchiot. We've got Adegood Johnson, who's on the bench. Neil Sullivan, the goalkeeper. Amazing.
Well, it's wonderful resources. It's nice to have. I just wonder at times it might create a big problem for you as a manager, you know, because what is your best side? What is your best formation? And you do tend to think that Claudio Ranieri still hasn't worked that out yet. And of course, having signed Scott Parker this week, you know, he still wants to add to that squad. I think maybe Marcus was saying earlier in the studio, something like 13, 14 midfield players on the books. It's incredible to have that many midfield players alone.
Kroenke's another amongst the substitutes today, of course. Two guys looking for Babel and finding him. Cole! It's a corner.
Well, almost fashioned something out of nothing, didn't he, Andy Cole? Again, just backing into defenders well. And Babel, as he did with the goal that Blackburn got, winning the ball at the far post.
Here's Mann. That's a decent cross. And Parker's on hand to clear the danger. And indeed he gets the free kick. Foul by Emerton. Very early free kick, too early for, again, Mr. Gallagher's benefit.
Well, you just felt that the Chelsea midfield player had picked up a knock there. Just wondered whether he needed some treatment, but no, he's enjoyed his debut. And he's played a big part in this Chelsea performance so far.
12 years at Charlton, the last 4 as a regular first teamer, and I think he's taken some fairly unjust criticism in some quarters this week.
Yeah, speaking to him before the game, and I think he was a little bit disappointed, in particular with some of the comments that was made by his former boss Alan Kirbishley. But I think he just wants to let his football do the talking, and that's the best way.
10 forward by Flitcroft. Cole will keep chasing this with John Terry. Very good defending. Sized up all the problems and dealt with them there, John Terry. Rich. Certainly one missing player from Chelsea today who was very disappointed not to be here is Damien Duff. He would have loved to have played on the ground where, of course, he was such a big star for Blackburn Rovers for so long.
He's certainly been a big miss, hasn't he? Both David Dunn and Duff for this Blackburn side, and they seem to have really not been able to cope with losing 2 very influential players from their ranks.
Foul there by Mutu on Babel.
He's worked very hard for his side. Adrian Mutu hasn't scored, but come close on a couple of occasions.
He's not been on target yet, but his all-round performance has been outstanding for a Chelsea team who failed to score in only 1 away game this season, a 0-0 draw at Birmingham in October. But the scoreline here is rather closer than Chelsea would wish for. And Blackburn are still in there with a hope.
I think they felt they should have had a free kick there, and Andy Cole was trying to make that run. Waiting for 2 guys past. John Terry just tugging his shirt, not allowing the Blackburn front man an easy ride.
Andy Cole still shaking his head in disbelief. Lampard. Oh, that's brilliant play by Lampard. It's getting a bit edgy out there. Emerton. Gallagher and Cole both in the box. Here is young Gallagher. Another layoff. And it goes towards Cole now. The header away was by Gallas. Gray. And Mann with the cross. Yes! What an introduction for Gallagher. Less than 10 minutes on the field, and he's brought Blackburn level.
Well, I said Blackburn had to do something just to shake Chelsea out of so much supremacy, and they did that on that right-hand side. It started initially.
I don't think it's been allowed. It's been disallowed.
Well, I can only think for offside.
They were still celebrating when the referee indicated that the goal would not stand, and Chelsea immediately took the free kick and got on with it. Real controversy.
Well, Gallagher was wheeling away as we all thought he'd scored a crucial goal, the equaliser to bring Blackburn Rovers back into this game, and as this cross came in from Mann, yeah, he's offside. Correct decision. Correct decision. It's an excellent finish. I think just about everybody, including us two, was celebrating the goal that Gallagher had brought Blackburn back into this game, but Dermot Gallagher and his official on the far side got it absolutely spot on.
There was no real protest from the Chelsea players either. Good clearance by Neil. Chelsea remain 2-1 in front. Lampard. That was a silly challenge by Mann on Makelele. I know they're frustrated, but they've got to keep within the laws of the game. It's only a throw-in, having said that. Looked a foul to me. Hasselbank turns it on. Todd. Here's Bridge. Parker. Foul on him. Oh, and he could be in trouble. Guy for slamming the ball down in his frustration. It's a yellow card.
Well, they need to channel that frustration in the right way and not get himself booked. But what it has done, it's set up a fantastic situation for Chelsea. I just wonder whether that's just been a gentle reminder that the goal that was chalked off for offside by Dermot Gallagher.
Referee saying you've got to bring it forward 10 yards because it was unsporting behaviour. So the free kick gets in even closer.
Well, in many respects, you know, sometimes this doesn't help you because you're a lot closer to goal. You've got to get it up and over the wall. And when you've not got that space, perhaps, as you would from another 10 yards away, then I just wonder whether the ball may well just be rolled to the side for Jimmy Floyd to really try and crash this goalwards.
Makelele stood in the wall. I think Parker is as well, making things even more confusing for the referee. And just to add to the confusion, Parker's coming out of the wall because he's about to be substituted 3/4 of the way through what's been a very good debut, and they've taken an instant liking to him.
It's been a bizarre 5 or 10 minutes, hasn't it? You know, the disallowed goal. We've had the frustration of Guy and Alan Mann. We're now on the substitution, and we've got a free kick in what is a very dangerous position.
Jesper Gronkjær in his place. Would add to the annoyance of the home fans if he took the free kick now, but he's a long way down the queue when Jimmy Floyd, Hasselbank and Mutu are around. What a good save by Friedel.
Well, he's getting closer and closer, isn't he, Adrian Mutu? We thought the touch would come, but we thought Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank might be the player that would come and strike it, but it's a fairly comfortable one for Brad Friedel, straight at him.
Strange how Mutu and Hasselbank take most of the corners for Chelsea. Great header away by Babel. Makelele straight back in, but interception was a good one by Gallagher. And not a bad ball for Everton. Wayne Bridge on the cover. Now he's given it away to Gallagher. And he's there again. Well, they've got a corner out of that.
Well, he certainly made a difference, hasn't he? Gallagher to the Blackburn performance. He certainly was struggling, lacking confidence, but this youngster's come on and just livened things up, and certainly to the benefit of Blackburn. But can they get that equaliser?
Still over 20 minutes to go. And the header by Babel over the bar.
Well, he got there, didn't he, Marcus Babel, but couldn't find the target with his header. He'd be disappointed because he had a little bit of freedom, that near post.
Incidentally, Scott Parker's gone off with a bit of cramp because he hasn't played for a couple of weeks for Charlton. Mann. Typically commanding display by John Terry today in a game in which he was not expected to play.
Well, I think anything that goes up from an aerial point of view, he's been so dominant, hasn't he? He really has come on and looks a very accomplished defender these days, John Terry.
Gallagher forward for Cole to chase. This time it's left to Cudicini and the linesman to stop Blackburn in their tracks, offside.
Well, looked very close, didn't it? And Chelsea pushing a long way upfield, and there's this ball. You can see Andy Cole just trying to get onside. Yeah, just straight offside.
Liverpool and Birmingham are the only teams in the Premiership who stopped Chelsea from scoring this season. Blackburn haven't managed to do that, but they are still in there scrapping. Here's Petit. Gronkiar bundled to the ground, but it's only a throw-in, and he got a little friendly cuff, did he, round the head for his troubles?
I wouldn't necessarily describe it as friendly, but
no, I was using sarcasm there.
Thou shalt not pass was the order of the day.
Gallas. Here's Johnson, given away to Gray, and then a foul surely by Johnson, I would have thought, not the other way around as Heath seems to think.
Well, I just wonder whether Chelsea have just got a little bit sloppy on this football match. Found themselves 2-1 ahead. You know, they haven't looked as composed, haven't kept the ball as well as they did in the first 15 minutes of this second period.
Gray's header. Well, a very important game for Chelsea, of course, to stay in touch with Manchester United and Arsenal, but equally important for Blackburn. If they go on to lose this, they will only be 3 points clear of the relegation positions. And no matter how many people around the country say Blackburn are too good to go down, they're in a false position in the league table. It's no consolation when you keep losing matches, particularly at home. They're facing, remember, their 7th defeat here at Ewood Park of the season. Gronkiar. Petit. Now Makaleli. Andy Cole got up well. Gallagher's headed to Tugai. On it goes for Mann, but too far ahead of him.
He's been disappointing, I think, Tugai this afternoon. He really hasn't commanded the play in midfield as we tend to see when we watch Blackburn Rovers. Always seems to be a player that's on the ball, but that hasn't happened today, and I think Blackburn have missed that dominance in that midfield area.
Makaleli with a fine ball for Gronkiar. And it's broken here for Gronkiar. Oh, good interception by Gray, really helping out Todd.
He's had to do that on 3 or 4 occasions this afternoon, Michael Gray. And, well, I think a little bit unfortunate there. Chelsea should have had a corner. They're absolutely furious with the ref, Dermot Gallagher. But he does very well, Michael Gray. You see he's covering round. He knows that Gronkiar's through on goal if he doesn't get this right.
injuries have certainly hit Blackburn's season badly. David Thompson out for the whole season, Barry Ferguson, Lorenzo Amoruso, both long-term injuries. Dino Baggio and Corrado Grabbi have gone back to Italy. Graham Souness has tried desperately to get a striker before the transfer window closes. Bids for Radzinski of Everton and Brian McBride, who went to Fulham, also John Stead of Huddersfield. And so far this is turning out to be a very disappointing season for Blackburn. And this could be a disappointing day in that season. Quarter of an hour to go, 2-1 down, but Gronkia on the ball for Chelsea. Let's come back to Mutu. Goal kick. Two terrific cup ties coming your way on Sky Sports in midweek. On Tuesday night, Middlesbrough take on Arsenal. That a postponed match, remember, originally should have been played last week. Middlesbrough defending a 1-goal lead against Arsenal in the Carling Cup. And then on Wednesday night, Sky Sports 2 again, Spurs against Manchester City, a replay in that competition. Our programme begins at 7. Lampard. Gronkia. Done well here, Jasper Gronkia, but then ran into danger in the shape of Neil. Cole. Mann hits it in early, looking for Gallagher. Terry commanding again, though. Gronkia. Mann in midfield, helping it on this time to Michael Gray. Andy Cole. Mann again with the cross, Gallagher's there. The header downwards for Emerton. Just took one touch too many.
Oh, it was a great shame. It was a wonderful opportunity. It's a great ball in from Alan Mann. An equally clever header from Paul Gallagher. Just drops this ball into the feet of Brett Emerton, but he just can't get that little half a yard he's looking for.
Not the ball Todd was expecting or hoping for. That's not a bad ball though for Cole, and Gallas beat him to it.
Well, William Gallas, he recovered from that knock. We talked about in the warm-up earlier, and at one point in the second half we thought that he was going to be substituted, but he's recovered well.
Hasselbank's header, Gray's clearance. They go on to win today. Chelsea will be just 4 points behind the leaders Manchester United, but remember, Arsenal playing later in a game you can see on Sky Sports. Clearance by Johnson. Hill's header picked off by Emmanuel Petit. Mutu. Free kick.
Clever play, wasn't it, from Mutu? And I think Chelsea have just settled to go 4 in midfield now, and Gronkia going wide left, Makelele just offering them some width in the right. Lampard seems to be a little bit more withdrawn now. Haven't really seen those foraging runs from the middle of the field that got him a couple of goals so far in this game. And they're just quite happy just to settle on this now.
Gallagher. Cole. Lampard wins it back. Here's Mutu. Petit. And Makelele. On to Lampard. They've certainly dropped down a gear in the last 15 minutes, Chelsea, and that keeps Blackburn's hopes alive here.
The problem is, though, Blackburn haven't perhaps got enough quality to exploit that.
Gallagher's given it away to Petit. Chip forward for Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank. Here's Mutu. Makelele invites Johnson to move forward. Makelele himself with a glorious ball into the path of Jasper Gronkjaer. And it goes to Lampard! What a save!
How did he keep that out? How did Brad Friedel make the save from there? Because everybody in this ground, whether you're a Chelsea fan or a Rovers fan, thought that Frank Lampard had made it 3-1, completed his hat-trick. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant save. He'll want to see that over and over again, Brad Friedel, because that's as good as it ever gets. Brilliant save.
Well, I was at Old Trafford yesterday to see a save by Tim Howard that I thought was possibly the save of the season so far. That was equally good, equally as good by Friedel as Emmanuel Petit makes way for Mario Melchiot.
That Chelsea substitution, number 17, Emmanuel
Makelele.
replaced by 15, Mario Melchior.
Johnson dispossessed by Gray. Chugai finds himself facing his own goal. The header by Cole. And Gronkjaer back to regain possession. No great surprise, I suppose, that Petit hasn't lasted the pace. He's been out for a long time, 4 months after a knee operation. Came back as a half-time substitute in the cup tie at Scarborough, of course. Mutu's layup. Melchiot. Johnson now pushed forward into a right midfield role. Lampard denied by that wonder save, what would have been his first Premiership hat-trick and only the second of his career. He once scored 3 in the League Cup for West Ham. Here he is. Well, is there enough belief in the Blackburn camp that they can still rescue something from this game? Gronkjaer finding Hasselbank. Oh, that's a brilliant backheeler. Now then, an obvious trip by Neil. He was still a long way from goal, and you couldn't argue he was the last defender, but it will be at least a yellow card.
Yeah, I think that there was enough defenders back for Blackburn Rovers to certainly cover around. It certainly was a blatant trip by Lucas Neal. Jesper Gronkjaer is one of those players that you certainly don't want to see coming on the field of play with about 15-20 minutes to go, because he has blistering pace and the game is very stretched at that point.
Was he going for goal from that distance? Goodness me, it was a long way out, Mutu. Gray. Charged down by Johnson. Less than 8 minutes to go.
Conceded a lot of goals this season, Blackburn Rovers, but Brad Friedel was absolutely outstanding last season, and he really did claw that back, and well, it was very close to going over the line. Frank Lampard getting himself into that position that we've seen him, especially in the first 45 minutes, benefit from, but I'm sure he thought that there was a hat-trick there for him.
Bit of confusion for once in the Chelsea ranks, but Gallas dealt with it.
Well, they've thrown Marcus Babbel up there, really just tried to give John Terry perhaps a harder time when that ball is going up from an aerial point of view. Graham knows that his side have just got to try everything they can to get back into this game. Time is running out for them, but they need better quality than that. You're going to shove a centre-half up into the danger area, then your crossing has got to have greater quality.
Frustration for Graham Souness, who never lost against Chelsea in his playing career, but in 13 matches against them as a manager, he's only managed 2 wins. Mutu takes a tumble at one end, but play goes on at the other. Clearance by Terry, and the whistle has gone for offside against either Hasselbank or Mutu, I'm not sure which.
Well, you have to think now that because of sticking Babbel up there, they'll go a little bit more direct, Blackburn Rovers. They have to, and perhaps players have got to get advanced and pick up the bits and pieces.
As Gallagher is attempting to do here, and then wrestles John Terry into the advertising hoarding.
One fall in the submission. A brave lad, isn't he, Paul Gallagher, taking on John Terry in that fashion. But, well, the youngster who talked about how he's come into this game and just unsettled and unnerved one or two Chelsea defenders. I think they'd every right to apologise there.
John Terry came through injury to play in this game, but he will miss the away match against Portsmouth because he was cautioned and went over the requisite number of yellow cards in the FA Cup tie at Scarborough. Mutu onto this loose ball. That looked like handball, and it was.
Oh. It's like it's a knockout out there at the moment, isn't it?
Marnar Melchiot this time. A bit of an unfair contest physically, that one. Well, there have been more than one weekend in this particular season when it looked as though Manchester United and Arsenal were in a position to pull away from Chelsea, but Ranieri's team keeps sticking in there, but they could be in trouble here, and it won't be ruled offside this time, surely. Gallagher with the equaliser, 4 minutes to go.
Well, incredible. He had one chalked off, Paul Gallagher, when those Blackburn fans thought that he deserved his goal. And I just wonder whether he just ran out of the angle, and it was just a case of keeping that ball in the danger area, forced mistakes, and it was certainly from a very tight angle that the youngster converts from. But I thought that they would do this now, Blackburn Rovers, over the last 5 minutes or so. Stick Marcus Babbel up there, cause as many problems as you possibly can, but that's a very tight angle to score from. And for me, there's question marks against the goalkeeper, Carlo Cudicini, because I don't think you should be conceding goals from that sort of angle.
And 19-year-old Gallagher scores for the first time ever in a senior game at Ewood Park. Here's Johnson at the other end, and saved by Babbel. Corner.
Well, no surprise that he's gone back into a centre-back position now. Marcus Babbel, it'll feel like a win if they can keep it at this, Blackburn Rovers. But full credit to them. They've worked tremendously hard. And perhaps Chelsea, though, guilty of being sloppy.
Chelsea must have thought they were almost cruising to 3 points. Not now, they're not. Mutu's corner, deep. Too deep even for Terry. At least he's kept possession and finds Glenn Johnson. Melchiot's up there. Johnson! There's no keeping them down. What a goal. If it's the winner, it's worthy of winning any game.
Well, that's a fabulous finish, but I think there's going to be some broken china in that Blackburn Rovers dressing room come the end of the game, because it was awful defending. It really was. I mean, especially at this level. I mean, first and foremost, how John Terry gets that amount of room at the far post. But just look at the Blackburn players there. That really is poor defending. And Glenn Johnson, well, he takes the ball down and he finishes like a top-class striker. He's a right back, but I tell you what, Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank or Adrian Mutu would be very proud of a finish like that. But that's awful defending from Blackburn Rovers, having got themselves back into this game at 2-2. With only minutes remaining, they go and concede a goal in that manner.
Just 90 seconds between Blackburn's equaliser and Chelsea's third. Glenn Johnson's third as a Chelsea player. If he was frustrated a few minutes ago, well, you just can't imagine what his feelings must be now. Many of the Blackburn fans are already making their way home. But wait, it is not over yet. Marn's cross came off Johnson. Straight out to Lucas Neal. He's lost possession now. And Gray turns it straight against Lampard. Todd has to be careful with Mutu around. Awkward one for Brad Friedel. Chelsea get a throw in, and Chelsea might well be getting 3 points.
Well, he would have been extremely frustrated if he'd only got a point out of this game. But, well, that's what happens when you're a little bit sloppy.
Mutu's going off. What a wonderful game he had, even though he didn't find the net. To be replaced by Ida Gudjonsson, who was unlucky, I guess, not to make the starting lineup. But they get used to that, these Chelsea players. And once again, Chelsea have shown character to come back from a difficult position. Having led 2-1 for so long, and having looked to have had a pretty comfortable lead, it was a big blow when Blackburn equalised, but 90 seconds later, Chelsea scored again. Gray. Lampard. Here's Neil. We're into stoppage time. 3 minutes have been added, and almost 1 minute already elapsed. Friedel gets as much distance as he can. Over the head of Gallagher. Bridge clears again. Gronkjar. Hasselbank's unmarked, edge of the box. Blackburn's defending all over the place. He's picked out Gudjonsson instead.
Well, that certainly could have been game, set, match. And Jesper Gronkjar does very well here. And Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank wanted it much earlier. But Gudjonsson, as we've seen time and time again, showing good composure. Not far away.
Free kick to Blackburn. They've got to make the most of this opportunity now.
Well, just got to get everybody forward now and get that ball into danger area and really press hard, force Chelsea back and try and pick the bits and pieces up.
In it goes towards Babel, over his head. Gronkjar defending, and that was a foul. Just what Chelsea wanted.
I'm sure that Graham Souness will look back on this game and say, well, this is what our season has been all about. You know, we've had some good moments, we've had some bad moments, but unfortunately it's cost us too many points.
Here's Neil. One final throw of the dice, perhaps, from Blackburn. Excellent work again by John Terry. Another outstanding display from him. Gronkjar forward. Todd gets it back into the Chelsea half. Lampard concedes the throw. And we're talking about just a matter of seconds now. In fact, there is the final whistle. Chelsea celebrate a win that just 5 minutes ago looked pretty unlikely, and they keep the pressure on the top two, and look at what it means to them. It's still very much a three-horse race at the top of the Premiership. They've remained in touch with Manchester United and Arsenal. Blackburn have now suffered 7 home defeats, and that's more even than the bottom club Leeds United, and they, make no mistake, are in trouble now, just 3 points above the relegation positions. 2 goals for Lampard. Friedel with a magnificent save, denied him what would have been a first league hat-trick. Young Paul Gallagher came on and thought on 2 occasions that he'd scored for Blackburn. One of them was chalked off. The second one produced an equaliser, but 90 seconds later, Glenn Johnson fired in what proved to be the winner for Claudio Ranieri's team. The Tinker man has tinkered again, but he's tinkered to good effect today. And the long journey home to London will be a happy one for them. The final score, Blackburn Rovers 2, Chelsea 3.
Astonishing finale, and what a sickener for Blackburn Rovers. They are losing far too many games.
He wasn't playing in front of a great Liverpool side for many years. You know, the images that started to fly around then, the white suits at Wembley, what have you. the Spice Boy image. I think that went against him a little bit because he wasn't taken as serious as a man of his ability should have been. But I do believe he's put it behind him. He's a tough keeper to play against. You know, when you're taking a shot, you've got to put it right in the outside of the post because he's such a wide grip. I mean, he's imposing, a bit like Schmeichel in many ways. When you go on a pitch and you think, my God, the goal looks so small, and he seems to be a more mature player now. And he's got an opportunity in the Premiership to shine, and of course internationally, I mean, it's there for him for many years to come.
The final whistle has gone at Ewood Park. Blackburn made it 2-2 with 4 minutes to go. Then Glenn Johnson popped up and scored again for Chelsea, who had been behind. They put you through the mincer if you're a Chelsea fan, don't they? They trailed. They were in front. It was 2-2 with 4 minutes to go. And then Glenn Johnson, of all people, pops up and scores the winner. No joy for Blackburn then, and Graham Souness will be furious that they got back in it and then threw it away so late. 23 points still their return from 23 played. It's so tight down there at the bottom. And Manchester City, of course, one of 3 on 23 points. At the top, Manchester United, of course, took over yesterday. Arsenal will go back top with a draw, a win they'll be looking for here. Chelsea have 49 points now from 23 played. The head-to-head. Arsenal have won the last 9, scoring 27 goals in the process. They have won 11, as you can see, of the 13 Premiership games. They've won 13 of the last 18 here, going back a little bit further. The last 4 in a row. City's only point here at Highbury in the Premiership, October 93, when they got a goalless draw. Their last win, 1975, when Tony Book's team came here and got a 3-2. Hartford, Royal, and Rodney Marsh. Did he have a career in the top league? Short one. Thierry Henry is enjoying a career in the top league. He's been away on his own winter break and he's back hot. Manchester United are top right now. A point will put Arsenal back on top, but they'll be looking to win here against a team who they traditionally beat. Match commentators on side, both Andy Gray and Martin Tyler.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, contrary to some opinion, we're the best of friends still after the offside dispute yesterday. I can still do that. Hey, 3-2 seems to be the score this weekend, doesn't it? We just watched a bit of Blackburn give a good account of themselves. Southampton did that at Old Trafford yesterday. Can Manchester City go even better here at Highbury when the odds are similarly stacked against them?
Can they go even better is a difficult question, Martin. Can they make life as difficult for Arsenal as both Blackburn and Southampton have done this weekend for the other top 2? Yes, they can. And I think that's the way Kevin set out his stall, to make life difficult. That's the beauty of the league. I think that's why we love it so much, is that the teams in the bottom third of the league can give a game to anybody in it, even the top 3. Southampton, terrible record at Manchester United, probably deserved a draw at the game.
Let's look at the teams for you. Apart from the suspended Patrick Vieira, it is pretty much the real deal for Arsenal. Ever reliable Ray Parlour takes Vieira's place in the centre of midfield and takes on the captaincy as well. Gilberto alongside him after sitting out last weekend's FA Cup clash with Middlesbrough, and the return of a refreshed Thierry Henry increases the chances of something spectacular from Arsenal. Jose Antonio Reyes received international clearance to be involved today as a substitute. And on the bench also the homegrown David Bentley, who gave a glimpse of what he has to offer with a glorious goal against Middlesbrough in that FA Cup tie. Manchester City have done the deal to bring in the giant Belgian defender Daniel van Buyten on loan from Marseille, but it wasn't done quite in time for this afternoon's game. David Sommet has moved in the opposite direction. Today, the former Arsenal forward Nicolas Anelka is the one out-and-out striker. Sean Wright-Phillips, who also has Arsenal connections, of course, is recalled on the right. And Joey Barton, rested for City's cup tie last weekend, makes up a 3 in the centre of midfield. Dropping to the bench, Antoine Sibierski and Robbie Fowler, who missed some training last week because of illness. One other change, and that is the cup-tied David James is back in goal for the Premiership.
Well, not a lot new to say about this, Martin. It's pretty much as we would expect. That looks to be the top back five, goalkeeper and back four. Doesn't get much better than that for Arsenal, so that defensive unit kept together. We're looking to play well again today. Obviously without Patrick Vieira, Ray Parlour has come in, and Ray will do a fantastic job. All energy, all drive, all movement. What we've yet to see is the odd goal from Ray this season. Hasn't got it yet. Might today be the day. And I just wondered up top what he would do. He has left Edu out, and I just wondered whether Dennis Bergkamp would get back into the side. He is, and that to me at the moment, without seeing Reyes, this to me looks a pretty strong team without Patrick Vieira. Well, when I've seen Arsenal struggle to break teams down, Martin, it's when teams that come here really make it difficult centrally for them. So it is no surprise to see that Kevin has decided to go with a tight three in there, and Reina, Bosvelt and Joey Barton, and I think their job will be to make life really difficult, plug the gaps when they're having to defend, and if the ball's got to go wide, let it go wide to Sunji Hai's area or Tarnat's area. They'll get help from these two wide players, no doubt about that, and then deal with crosses. I think that's when Arsenal struggle, but these three have got to get it right. If they don't plug the gaps in between the back four that they might leave at times, then they've got a problem. From there, well, support to Anelka is vital when you play this system, and they've got quick players that can do that wide, and Sean Wright-Phillips and Trevor Sinclair.
Well, it's Fans Day at Highbury today. Song sheets handed out in which the centre of attention is a new anthem which they hope will become the equivalent of Liverpool's You'll Never Walk Alone. I think they've got to wait a few years just for it to take that sort of hold, but it's a day in honour of the Arsenal fans from Arsenal Football Club. Manchester City, of course, have splendid fans of their own, although their patience must be being tried at the moment by this long run of 11 Premiership games without a win. It's been much windier in the southeast of England than in the north, and not quite as wet as the northwest was yesterday, when Arsenal fans were hoping that Southampton could really dig in and get something from that game, which was so close, but yet again showed what Manchester United are about, that they get their results more often than not. Even though Arsenal are still undefeated in the Premiership this season, they have drawn in games where they have led. That's something they share with Manchester City. But in the scheme of the Championship chase, Manchester City could perversely help their bitter rivals United today, because they do need to help themselves. November the 1st to February the 1st without a league win, that's too long a time. But to change that, they not only need to win here for the first time since 1975, they do have to beat an Arsenal team that have not lost anywhere in the Premiership for 9 months. Ray Parlour had the captain's duty to decide whether it would be long sleeves or short sleeves for the kit. It's an old tradition here, and knowing Ray, I'm a little bit surprised he's gone for the longer ones.
It must be colder than we thought, yeah. I thought Ray of the old school would have chosen the short sleeves. Maybe he was outvoted, really. Maybe there were too many in there saying, Ray, come on, we need a bit.
I know what you're saying. Yeah. Jens Lehmann, incidentally, behind Ray Parlour, bumped into Kevin Keegan about an hour or so before the kickoff and said to Kevin, I remember you playing in Germany for Hamburg. I was a fan of the way you used to play your football. A nice moment for the Manchester City manager. So here we go. Arsenal are targeting top spot again. Manchester in their way in the table and on the pitch. It's City at Highbury. All the action from North London. It's coming up live right after this break.
After an unexpected defeat.
It's Janino, it must be, and it is!
Will Borough hang on, and will Arsenal call out the big guns? In association with Bet365, the Carling Cup semi-final second leg, Tuesday at 7, Sky Sports 2.
Hello. Yeah, engineers. We seem to have a problem with a man's tie stuck in the till.
Just pull it out.
Well, how long? Oh.
Oh, can you stop this, please?
Hello?
Are you the manager?
Yes. They're on their way. It'll be about 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Something has to be done now.
Just a minute.
Would the owner of the silver Skoda Fabia please report to the information desk immediately? Thank you.
So, looks like we got the go-ahead on the US thing.
Great.
We'll need someone to go out there, dot the I's, cross the T's. I want you to go. Chicago tomorrow, Des Moines the day after. And then Cleveland and Detroit. Then Baltimore. Possibly Pittsburgh the day after.
We can't make going away on business any more glamorous than it is. But to help make it more bearable, we can fly you business class to New York for £999. We are united.
So, do you want to invite me up for a coffee? A little fooling around. Maybe I could spend the night. We could get engaged, married, kids.
Stop. We've only just met. Keep the change. I prefer things a little slower.
Bruges, never rushed. We see children learning and visions becoming reality. We see one patient, many experts, and developers discovering the next big thing. We see your potential. We're inspired to create software that helps you reach it.
Unable to produce a winner in the first game. Who'll go on to meet Man United in the next round? An FA Cup fourth round replay, Spurs v Man City, Wednesday at 7, Sky Sports 2.
Destination Football, Ford Super Sunday.
It's a word that we use sometimes too easily. It does apply to David Seaman, who's just stepped onto the Highbury turf through a guard of honour and a rapturous reception. 1,030 senior appearances, 9 major trophies he was part of. The length of time he played, he was due the odd mistake every now and again. He was one of the best. Simple as that. And on behalf of Arsenal, Patrick Vieira makes a presentation to underline that fact. Retired recently, of course, from playing with Manchester City. He will be forever remembered here. Probably is the best. We're interactive, of course. Push the red button on the remote control, follow the instructions. You'll find the 8 mini screens there. Have fun. Manchester United won yesterday 3-2. Chelsea have just beaten Blackburn 3-2. Can Thierry Henry and Arsenal follow suit and win here? Match commentators Andy Gray and Martin Tyler.
Thanks, Richard. Arsenal beat Manchester City up in Manchester in August, despite going behind to a Lauren own goal. But they turned it round in the second half at the City of Manchester Stadium. Freddie Ljungberg got the winner, and he is fresh from 2 goals last weekend against Middlesbrough. Nicolas Anelka spent just over 2.5 years with Arsenal. 18 goals he struck for Manchester City this season. if Arsenal don't lose today, the unbeaten start to their season will equal that of George Graham's title-winning team of 1990-1991, 23. But it's not about not losing in these circumstances in today's title race. It's about winning and restoring the 2-point advantage that they held over Manchester United at the start of the weekend.
I mean, I think that's true, Mark. I mean, Richard mentioned earlier in the show about the run-in starts. And I think he's right. I mean, we may be 15 games, but when you've got two teams like this, the run-in is well and truly started.
Sunji High with the header. Bang from Parler on Barton. Brought a tear or two to the Manchester City midfielder's eyes. It was a sore one. Henry. Similarities with Manchester United extend to an expensive new number 9. Arsenal have won the race for Reyes. Sinclair. Playing on the right recently, but he's on the left again today. And Sean Wright-Phillips restored to that far flank. Lauren, Parler. It's not quite the perfect Arsenal pitch. In a lot of bad weather all over the country, of course. In the past few days there's been snow on it and heavy rain as well. It's dried out okay. It's not quite the usual roll of the ball.
Might see a lot of this. Arsenal have the ball here where they've got it, Mark. Manchester City back off. Try not to allow space in behind.
Well, we talked yesterday, Andy, about Southampton doing a lot of work on the training ground to get the plan finely tuned for a difficult away fixture. The same applies to Manchester City. They're in North London again on Wednesday, and you can see that with us on Sky Sports, that FA Cup replay at Tottenham. Yet another game in which they led, of course, and lost a lead to draw. Reina, Anelka. Campbell's got to be alert.
Good defending. One thing they know, and it will be no surprise to either any player playing in red and white today, is the pace of Nicolas Anelka. You know, people often think about it over the top, long runs, but it's over short distances as well, Martin. Edge of the 18-yard box, it can be so potent.
Stannis in there, it's deflected off him. The corner taker was Reina.
Two poor attempts there, corner then the cross.
Barton. That's a bit of a mistake by Lauren. Cursed by Manchester City maybe again, but it hasn't cost a goal as it did back in August. And he rather panicked under pursuit from Trevor Sinclair, who's his immediate opponent again today. The way at Perez. He's been very much amongst the goals recently, and he's Arsenal's second highest scorer behind Henry.
Doing well. Almost won every other game for Robert Perez in the Premiership this year. It's a very, very good return, Mark.
Alan Wiley's the referee, and he's said handball by Joey Barton here.
He argues the point, and it is within range, there's no doubt about that. And they'll show an interest in this.
Of course, the last time he played, he was involved in an incident from a free kick. But he's not going to be allowed to take this one quickly, or he is in the end. By Alan Wiley, was pacing out to the distance. Now that was strange.
That was very strange.
Cole. Bergkamp. Perez on the burst. Oh, it's behind Ljungberg. Half cleared by Sinclair. Ray Parler, who's not scored a league goal for now over 3 years. Had a moment to set the sights, but was closed down. Perez was round the back.
This is a lovely ball from Perez. I think it goes through for the Ljungberg's legs here, Martin. He looks, he puts the brakes on, tries to come out. Well, just wide of him. But Ray Parler, I wondered about hitting it first time. I think when he took the touch in the ball, it allowed Reina to get some distance and close him down. It was a strange free kick. Normally the rule state, if the referee walks away, then you've got to wait as he's pacing it out, and you can't take it quickly.
As we know on other matters, the interpretations chop and change. Here's Ljungberg. played as a supporting striker against Middlesbrough in the FA Cup last weekend. He's back on the right-hand side of midfield today. Sinclair. Nelka. Token booze. He did very well for Aston when he was here. He helped them win the double in the 97-98 season. Scored in that FA Cup final win over Newcastle as a 19-year-old. And was sold for a lavish profit. And I think it's a legend, I'm not sure it's fact, that Arsenal bought Henry and their training ground on the profits of the sale of Anelka to Real Madrid, as it was. Didn't stay there long, did he? Still played more league games in his career for Arsenal than for any of his other clubs, although that should change soon with Manchester City. Cole. Here's Lauren.
These are the areas where they've got to keep it really tight centrally, Manchester City. Force Arsenal to play the ball into these areas. They always look, they will look to thread it into the front.
Parler. Caught by Reina. The advantage played by Alan Wiley. The possession was retained. Cole. Get away to Perez. Sanji Hai. Played for a while in London with Crystal Palace. He made the interception. Could have been handball again against Barton. This time Alan Wiley chose not to penalise the midfield player who's made great strides, but was showing the strain of that. And Kevin Keegan gave him the weekend off last weekend. It's quite fashionable for managers to do that. And we come into that, should there be a general winter break, as there is going to be for the Premiership, an experiment for next season and the season after. Henry for Cole, for Bergkamp.
Lovely football. It's the speed of it as well, Martin. I think that's the breathtaking thing about it. I mean, look how far back they are, and in a couple of passes, they're right at the heart of Manchester City. They've ripped them open here. Ball's not quite good enough at the end, but the build-up there to admire.
Tarnett. He's off the other left-back. Ashley Cole, it's a bit of a loose one, and Wright Phillips trying to get Anelka in the clear, but he was in the clear, but he was offside.
That's not a very good run from Nicholas Anelka. You'd expect maybe somebody who's inexperienced to make that kind of run. Not somebody with his experience.
Yes, he'll be 25 next month. He does seem settled at Manchester City. He's been speaking up for Kevin Keegan. Henry. A bit behind Bergkamp. He fought hard to get to it. Gilberto. Parler. Again, a chance maybe to strike the goal, but he spurned that. Ljungberg. Reina was the player in the way.
Well, you just get the feeling in the early moments of this game that Manchester City are going to have to work extremely hard, and the concentration levels have got to be up for this whole match. Arsenal look like they're going to have a lot of the ball in this game.
Parler. Ashley Cole, who scored his first Highbury Premiership goal against Manchester City. Henry. Turn Barton, shot to hit the solid figure of Richard Dunn. Cole. Cross to Lauren. Opening phases of this game very much in Arsenal's favour. Lauren turned his back, but he's still got the ball. Oh, it's at the post. Henry.
Well, again, I have to say, I've always said about the right-hand side of Arsenal, it doesn't create a lot, but my goodness, it creates a lot here. It's a fantastic build-up again. And Manchester City, Martin, are all over the place. Should be 1-0. How it isn't, well, only Thierry Henry knows why. It's a tap-in goal for the Frenchman. It's in addition to Tally. Not a difficult chance. Open his foot, use the weight of the pass, and he's got his opening goal of the game.
Well,
that's how easy it was.
He stayed down after that. He's still down.
Don't know whether they opened the groin a bit there. hamstring area. They're having a little tentative prod. Maybe the groin just opened it. They're out of jail.
Warming up. Jose Antonio Reyes.
They're going to have to move the pitch, aren't they? Now the bottom. I mean, they're going to have to make it a very left-sided pitch. They've got Cole, Perez, Ori. All love that side. Reyes, another left footer.
Grimace, he's obviously felt some pain.
It's funny, isn't it? You give somebody a couple of weeks off and then you come back and you maybe not, your muscles maybe are not working pace yet. It's funny that, isn't it? And that's what can happen. But they wouldn't want to lose him, that's for certain.
That's why next January there is talk that the players won't be allowed certainly to play any matches in that weekend off. Any club wants to maybe try and cash in on the no league game weekend. And there's some talk that they won't be training for a while as well, but if it's only one weekend off, it seems strange that the terms of it, I think, still to be defined. Exactly 2 weeks ago, Thierry Henry last played. He's obviously been back in for a bit of training prior to this game, but he's had plenty of time off. It was a bit of an awkward stretch, perhaps a slightly unusual position. A muscle seems to have reacted to it. We'll just see how serious the damage is. For the moment, Henry plays on, but even with Reyes, he is, don't use the word lightly, indispensable for Arsenal. Anelka. There goes Sean Wright-Phillips. And he waits Anelka's way again.
Very wasteful. Colo Touré, though, fantastic block. And Sean Wright-Phillips. Thumbs up to his partner at the back, Sol Campbell, because he just looks to play Sean Wright-Phillips in there, and it's an important little block. Ashley Cole and Colo Touré between them, really.
Campbell. Touré to Bergkamp. Parler. Short of strikers, Kanu away on international duty, Ali Adier and Wiltor both injured. Henry hasn't really had a run since he's come back on. Touré. Gilberto. Back with Lauren. And we'll see the mobility of Henry, and it wasn't bad, was it?
No, there was a ball. It's just because I'm not used to it. I mean, playing the ball in as quickly as that into a really, really good area. The twist and the turn are there to admire yet again. Looks in working order. Look at this. Wonderful football, and just plays it in where you would normally expect someone to be coming into. But
there was a little bit of a shake of the head after that, whether it was just because no one was coming in on his cross or whether he felt another twinge of pain.
It might have been because he thinks he should have taken it on, Mark. That was the third thing that surprised me. Having skipped by Richard Dunn, he didn't drive into the penalty area.
Some skipping successful work from Sean Wright-Phillips for Manchester City. It's nudged back by Sinclair. Barton trying to drive on after his first shot was blocked. Space for Arsenal to break into. Midfield court further forward perhaps than Kevin Keegan would have wanted. They've regrouped in numbers now. Henry. Tarnatu stretched in, headed back by Gilberto. Moment to assess the situation for Claudio Reyna.
That'll be a booking, I would think. Yeah, I'm surprised if it isn't. I know they're lenient now, but that should be a booking, Martin. Because Anelka's away, there isn't a doubt about that. I'm really surprised at Alan Weiler. You know me, I don't like people getting booked, but he's asking the question. He's right to, because he's away, and he just hooks the arm around Anelka. He's a lucky boy. That's a booking.
Tarnat with the free kick. No pressure on Lehmann. So David James now the Manchester City goalkeeper. Had some success here in his time with Liverpool. Last time he was here with West Ham a year ago, Thierry Henry put a hat-trick past it. Perez. So, off the mark, Bergkamp with the forward pass. Lauren already set up one very good chance that Arsenal haven't taken. Gilberto. Will have to be patient. Anelka back behind the ball. Bergkamp, Gilberto. Led by Sunji Hai. Toure.
We've got to win it. Man City. Ball again. Feed in to the front men. It's poor.
Ljungberg. He got past two, but the third man was there, and that was Bosvelt. Another Dutchman comes back to win it for Arsenal. Bergkamp. And it's Reina. Tarnat. Barton. Not really time for those extra touches. Ljungberg on him in a flash. He was flagged offside on the original ball. Bergkamp now following Nicholas Anelka. If you're a Sky Digital viewer, to use our interactive facilities, use the red button on the remote.
It's very unlike Freddie Ljungberg. Loose pass there. You just feel, you know, when you look at Manchester City's record, Martin, 4 clean sheets I think this season in the league, and Kevin must think today that his team have got to score if they're going to get anything. You know, be tight, yeah, be difficult to break down early in the game, but he must feel that, you know, we have got to score Manchester City if we're going to go away from Highbury with anything at all.
Oh, that's a mistake by Lauren. And Sinclair. Anelka. Comes out to Barton. Gilberto getting in the way. Sunji Hai across in muscular fashion. His father's an athletics coach, and back in China last summer he spent 3 weeks building up his upper body to try and cope with the power of the Premiership, and he's had a good season. So thanks, Dad. Campbell underneath this. Bosvelt read the direction of the header. Footwork from Gilberto.
That's good play. They also need to be in possession at times. Manchester City.
Tarnat, who smashed in a couple of goals early in his Manchester City career.
Wrong choice. He has got the power. Kevin's not happy. Just take it easy. And he's pointing to Trevor Sinclair because all he had to do there, Tarnat, was just keep it going wide. And Sinclair's on the left, totally spare.
Norrie for Perez. Barton's everywhere at the moment, but he's only played it straight back to Henry, but the ball had gone out.
Kevin Keegan's got to ask a question of his team. If Robert Perez can make that kind of run, why can't anyone see it and track it? If it wasn't that the ball was just a yard behind him, he might well have paid the full penalty.
Henry's corner. Powerfully by Dunn. Bergkamp. Henry again. Bosvelt got in. Got it. Manchester City don't want to be giving it back to Arsenal in this part of the pitch. They've played it well around the Gunners. And they've got Sean Wright-Phillips on the run through the centre. Adopted son of Arsenal's all-time leading scorer, Ian Wright, of course. Anelka for Reina. Must be a change for Arsenal not to be playing Middlesbrough. There's Bosveld. Talk about Groundhog Day at Manchester City.
Yeah.
Gilberto, Henry. Well, it's a difficult ball. Freddie Ljungberg was coming in from the right-hand side. Just seemed to have all the bases covered there. Reina.
Lucky boys.
Tarnat trying to bend it in behind Campbell for that Anelka run. Take by Cole. Bosveld it on to Anelka. And scored here in this fixture last season, although City lost it 2-1.
And that's the first real glimpse. When he's had it, you know, he's played it, he's passed it, Martin. This is the first time he's gone at the Arsenal back four, tried to work the angle, work the space. Did all of that very well. Worked the goalkeeper.
Toure. Again. Manchester City working hard to try and stem the flow, offer something on the counter-attack themselves. Bosveld was furious with himself. Miskicking the attempted pass then. Lauren. Be happy City are fast to start knocking balls forward as early as that.
It's an enormous kick.
Shot on target.
Leave that to the stats, man.
Gilberto, halfway through the first half, 0-0 at Highbury. Cole. Ljungberg coming in from the right-hand side. He's left some space that Lauren might be able to use here. Sinclair recognising his responsibilities. There's plenty of help behind him. Well, I mentioned Arsenal against Middlesbrough. Of course, it's actually Middlesbrough against Arsenal, but it's on Tuesday. And that was postponed from last week. Second leg of the Carling Cup semi-final. The right to play Bolton in the final. And it's FA Cup replay football on Wednesday, Sky Sports 2. Manchester City are at White Hart Lane. That's a stray one from Reina. Cole. Anelka got a good foot to it. This is Reina. And now Anelka. He's going to do it all himself. And he's sorted out by Kolo Toure.
Did well, the defender. It's a good break. And Reina and Anelka combination. Just drove him a little wide. The last and final ball from Reina. Looked offside. Flag's gone up.
Measured ball by Tarnat. Sanji Hai. Cole having to chase back. It's a good race that with Sean Wright Phillips, who's game to foul Ashley Cole.
Yeah, got a bit of help, Ashley Cole, from his goalkeeper. Ball travelled an awful long way, and it's on the level with the 6-yard box, and they eventually got there, the players.
Well, Manchester City have gone 11 Premiership games without a win, but in League and FA Cup they've lost just one of their last 7. Maybe their picture is not as gloomy as sometimes has been painted. They have a problem here. Ori helps them out, and that will be a goal kick.
Too many draws, too many leads squandered or surrendered. That's Manchester City's problem. That's what it's been, certainly lately.
Arsene Wenger can point to 4 wins out of 4 in his managerial matchups with Kevin Keegan. Just covers an Arsenal-Newcastle game up at St James's Park, a 2-1 Gunners win, and Kevin was still manager of the Magpies. Anelka, Sinclair. The remarkable thing about Manchester City involving Trevor Sinclair, he scored on his debut in that UEFA Cup qualifying match against the club from Wales, Total Network Solutions. Not one of the game's bigger names, longer names, but not bigger. But he's not scored since.
No. Well, he's better than that.
He is better than that.
You know, this is his 17th start in the Premiership, and he is better than that. There's no doubt about that.
Toure.
Just once or twice, a little bit of frustration creeping in. Toure and Lauren in particular have launched it a little long, a little earlier than Arsenal would like.
Anelka. It's an offside here, and Jens Lehmann did come out and powerfully. And now he wants to remonstrate with Barton. He didn't like the way the Manchester City man followed on in. But I think Jens Lehmann's getting himself a reputation as a player who can be rattled by the opposition.
Well, he is. I mean, you've got 2 players coming from opposite directions at full speed. I mean, it's a token gesture. There's bound to be a coming together, and I would not say that Joey Barton went for Jens Lehmann. He has to be careful, the goalkeeper. Rattled, I'd say he's got the reputation of being a bit of a whinger myself, Mark, to put it bluntly. He's a goalkeeper. You know, they're supposed to get rattled a bit.
I think Alan Wiley's making that very point. He was given the free kick against Barton, but he certainly administered the longer lecture to the Arsenal goalkeeper, who has had a couple of problems with the Football Association already in his first season in English football, and has pleaded guilty to an incident involving Kevin Phillips down at St Mary's in December. It's given away again by Tarnat. That player's being better than that. The former Bayern Munich man is better than that. He scored incidentally Bayern here against Arsenal in the Champions League game. Gilberto. Parler. Now Lauren. Getting to this position regularly, Arsenal, but not much beyond it. That's a credit to Manchester City. Cole.
That's what Manchester City, for the majority, Martin, have done quite well. There's only been a couple of occasions when they've been picked open.
Bergkamp can't find the key there.
That's that mean about concentration. Sloppy there, Joey Barton got away with it. That free kick given against Bosvelt, was it?
Because of Barton's unnecessary little pass. That can happen when you've got 3 central midfield players. The outcome is a free kick, which is the signal for Campbell to come forward. And Kolo Toure as well. Henry takes. Sanji Hai heads out. Parler. Bergkamp. trying to break it up, and Sinclair as well. Rayner is tucking it forward for Anelka. It's asking a lot. Goalless opening half hour at Highbury. Campbell. Now Pires. High sticking to him. Pires pass for Bergkamp. Just across the goal.
Now that's how good they are. I could only think the angle was against
Ashley Cole, but
finish. Yeah.
Lauren. There's no place for little flicks there by Rayner. Sinclair. They had 3 or 4 to the right of Rayner then, but he couldn't pick any of them. Lauren. And he curved again. But Anelka. Sinclair. Here's Wright Phillips. By Cole, and then Osfeldt coming together with Gilberto.
He's been a big threat, hasn't he, in the attacking side of this game, Ashley Cole, Martin. That left-hand side, it is a strong attacking weapon for Arsenal. And on 2 or 3 occasions, Ashley Cole's been right at the heart of it.
Pires.
See, that's sometimes a look right, and nothing's there.
No, that's because Ljungberg is here. I was asking a bit for Lauren to push on from the back line to fill in Freddie Ljungberg's position. He does like to stray at times. It can be very successful for Aston when he does so, but Pires was looking for him in his more orthodox role then, and he was disappointed. Toure. Pires. And away was Sun Ji-hai. Can so often be the case that when you come with a difficult away game and you dig in, get through half an hour well, start to believe it's all going according to plan, and then that last 15 minutes or so before half-time can be demoralising and certainly dangerous.
It's concentration, isn't it? You just don't want to get too deep here and give David James a problem.
Suddenly the rain has started to come hammering down. Henry,
he's done well this time at the end, man. The reason he did well, he didn't panic. I've seen a few defenders who would have just flashed the right leg at that, could have gone anywhere, but they get a little deep again. Look how deep they are. That's what I mean about giving the goalkeeper a problem. It's a decent ball from Henry into a decent area. Goalkeeper and defenders are a little bit too close. Oh, that is chucking it down now, isn't it? Look at that.
So we were told when we got here, had the game been allocated for Saturday afternoon, it might well not have been played. Wet, wet, wet. Especially when you're on the bench. But the kit man's always there to help you out.
Well, he should be.
Yeah. Well done, Vic Akers. Lauren. Good turn by Ljungberg. Through the middle of the Manchester City defence as Henry was hoping. Dunn was in the way.
They were unlucky there in Arsenal because Ljungberg's position had drawn out. Sylvain Distin out the back 4, and there was a gap there, Martin. He just didn't find it with the pass.
Pires probing again. Alan Wiley, incidentally, was the referee who gave that penalty for Pires against Portsmouth back in September. At particular end of the ground as well, the clock end.
Well, he's worked on his upper body strength, Sun Ji-ai. A little bit more work this summer, I think, son. Then he get pushed over.
Well, he's a super professional, and I'm
Yeah,
sure if it is required, he'll do it. Anelka. Sinclair.
Just super up the header. How important is that positioning of Freddie Ljungberg there?
Vital.
Oh. Big gap, saw it, plugged it.
To the frustration of Joey Bart. Spins away and more testing now, the conditions. Pires resuming his battle with Sun Ji-ai. This time Ashley Cole wasn't bombing up on the outside of him. Warren does support Ljungberg though. Now Cole's on the move and there's plenty of room in which to give him the ball, but Gilberto decided not to do that and be regretting it now. Anelka, it's just a slip.
I thought it was more than that. I didn't get it.
And here's Bergkamp to Henry. Ljungberg! On goal. He didn't get the touch. But it all goes down as Tarnat rues the moment as to was it a foul on Anelka. He thinks so.
Well, they all do. They're round Alan Wiley. Big decision, Mark. It might only have been a free kick, but it's the difference between 0-0 and 1-0 down. They are not happy, Manchester City. This is it. There's a little contact. I don't think there was much made. But look at that. They just don't get it right. They're wide open here for about the first time in the game, and it's an awful ball for Tarnat to have to deal with, Martin, because he knows if he doesn't deal with it, Freddie Ljungberg's tapping it in anyway. He has to try and just get the faintest of touches here and let it run past the far post. He just gets a bit much on it because he's at full stretch. But this is a tackle. Does the leg come out? That's not a free kick to me. Anelka runs into Gilberto rather than the other way around.
Well, Tarnat is a scorer at Highbury again, but not for the right side from his point of view. And Arsenal, having had to work very hard, are in front. I said that dangerous last 15 minutes of the first half. Suddenly the pressure which has been applied starts to tell. And they haven't got to half-time with their goal still intact, Manchester City. Now they'd be looking to Anelka even more. Another return of his to Highbury. Campbell. Tarnat. Now Barton. Sinclair. Looking for Anelka. Bosvelt, but well, they've got to show their resilience, Manchester City, a club that's got into trouble really by scoring first and not being able to hold on to leads. Today they're being asked, as they might have expected really coming here to Arsenal, to come from behind. Cole. Henry. For Ashley Cole. This time came across. There is a lovely understanding between Cole and Pires, with Henry dropping into that area of the pitch as well. Sun Ji-ai, Bosvelt. Reina shrugged aside. Gilberto. And looking left Arsenal again. Pires. Parla. A lot of room for Lauren here.
Young pressure.
Bergkamp coming across towards the near post. Ball didn't get to him. Lauren again.
Well, they've got to get half-time now, haven't they, Manchester City, Martin? I think that's the thing. Saying that, though, Southampton went 2 down yesterday and managed to come back, make a game of it.
Bergkamp able to turn. Parla. Now Arsenal will be just a little bit more relaxed in these sort of areas, which might lead to a better end product for them as well. Never quite the same at 0-0 as it is when you're 1-0 in front. Pires. Oh, James has spilt it!
Oh, it's so wet and slippery this is, but it's a little triangle on the left that manufactured the chance, Martin. It's Cole, it's Henry, it's Pires. It causes so many problems so many times. Does the right thing. I think today's conditions, it's worth taking the shot on from anywhere. This is not the fiercest struck shot that David James will have to deal with. You can see the difficulty. Good recovery though.
Good ball by Bart. City have got a lot of players forward here. Arsenal will be hoping they can just seize possession and spring into one of their classic counter-attacks, but not shaping up. The flag's gone up. And Wiley can let Arsenal break, and they'd like to do that because they've got Pires. But they prefer to have Henry in that position.
Well, use Henry. Certainly break was on. They are dangerous. We know that, Arsenal. The team's got them under a little bit of pressure. They break so quick.
Forward, the player who used to break forward for Arsenal to such good effect, Nicholas Anelka.
I just looked at Freddie Ljungberg's position, Martin. I look at the goal that they've scored. Now we talk about offsides. Look at Freddie's position. The ball's going to be threaded straight in an angle. Now it might look to the linesman that this ball about to be played now by Ray Parlour is on his way to Freddie, who makes that forward movement. Flag stays down in Arsenal's favour, and probably rightly so. And it's a horrible ball to deal with. But that's the difficulty that linesmen have in assessing when it's coming in, when it's not. That one was allowed to go.
Pires. Henry. How are you saying, Andy, that if Freddie Ljungberg had put the ball in the net rather than Tana, it would have been disallowed?
You want my honest answer? I've got no idea.
I think there's plenty listening to us who would agree with that. In the circumstances, of course, not as a general statement from the star of Sky Sports.
Well, that's going to give him a problem. Oh no, it's running out. But you know what I mean? He was definitely looking to get forward.
Yeah,
He's
seeking to gain
offside,
an advantage. Yeah.
You know, and he has called Tarnat a problem. If he wasn't there and he put the brakes on, then Tarnat probably just lets it run, Martin. It's a throw in. It's 0-0, and you get on with it. Anyway, it's things like that I like to leave for a studio guest.
Just heard that Niall Quinn has said thanks, Andy.
I know Richard's been swatting up in the new offside law, so
I gave him that piece of paper that we brandished in front of Gordon Strachan yesterday. Almost half-time at Highbury. Parla.
done well, Ray Parlour. I mean, the big shoes to fill, Patrick Vieira's. You come into that midfield area.
In more ways than one, incidentally.
And he's been pretty much everywhere.
Henri Ljungberg.
You know, this is when, you know, managers, coaches have decisions to make. You know, you set your stall out to be difficult to play against. 1-0, still very much in the game as we approach half-time. Kevin will be thinking, we've got plenty of attacking options on the bench.
Only attacking options on the bench.
So, you know, does he try and get Nicolas Anelka a little bit of support just to stop Arsenal maybe doing things like this and eating up chunks of play? Or does he say no? I'm happy the way things are at the moment. If that's the case with 20 minutes to go, then you know, I might change it. This is what our, you know, managers get paid lots of money to make those decisions. The best ones invariably get those kind of decisions right.
Well, that talking in the Manchester City dressing room will shortly begin. Michael Tarnack's own goal has relaxed Arsenal. Freddie Ljungberg was waiting to pounce had he missed the ball. David James beaten late in the first half after some solid Manchester City resistance, but they need more than resistance now. At half-time, it's Arsenal 1, Manchester City 0.
Final word, there is no new offside rule. We cleared that up earlier. Niall Quinn is with us this afternoon. Arsenal lead by 1-0, but Manchester City feel a little hard done by. No complaints from the bench, mind you, but was there a free kick in there before Arsenal went in front? We'll get Niall's thoughts when we come back. 1-0 half-time.
It's the greatest show on earth. 1 billion viewers worldwide.
This is us against them. Let's play like hell.
It's America's Super Sunday, America's Supermen, America's Super Bowl 38.
Ain't gonna be no pretty stuff, just like you like it.
The New England Patriots head-to-head with the Carolina Panthers. Take your seat for Super Bowl 38 and pre-game spectacular. Tonight from 10 live, Sky Sports 1, the greatest show on turf.
The best handling people carrier on the road, the Sun. The most striking impression is how expensive it feels, Autocar. And the best quote of all, it's yours from £229 a month at 3.9% APR. Classic movements from the Ford Focus C-Max Compact MPV.
Relay. Big line at the toll booth. You know those electronic passes? Yeah. Used to be 1 lane, then 2, now 3. And you don't have one? No.
It's the on-demand world.
Huh?
Electronic pass connects to toll booth. Toll booth connects to bank. Bank to your credit card. You come in here with your laptop, click, click, pay your bill through the air. But you don't get it, so you wait in line.
That means something.
When your face doesn't shine, your confidence does. New Nivea for Men Oil Control Moisturiser, specially formulated for oily skin to moisturize without the shine. Oil Control Face Care from Nivea for Men.
McDonald's says its hamburgers are nothing but beef. We'll see about that. Is that beef? All beef and nothing but beef?
Yep, 100% beef. Then we just add a pinch of salt.
Not good enough. Ever since I was this high, I've always demanded 110%.
But you can't get more than 100%. I mean, 100% is everything.
Listen, I didn't get to the top of my game and basically eat mud every weekend by giving less than 110%.
Here's one of the 110% ones, Lawrence.
Our hamburgers are 100% beef. No more, no less.
I'm loving it.
Hello, Direct Line Car Insurance.
Hi, I've had a nasty prank in my car.
Our man saved a lot of money with us, so let's show him what else we can do. Okay, let's get that car out of there and fixed up sharpish. And then we'll clean it and deliver it back to him wherever he is. He'll like that. Okay, what we'll do...
Call or buy online and you could save up to 30%.
One family, 12 kids. That's nuts. The countdown to chaos has begun. Pick up your free digital stopwatch with every child's cinema ticket on Saturday 7th and Sunday 8th of February.
They'll need help cleaning up here.
Clean up on aisle 12. Steve Martin. Cheaper by the dozen.
Please release me, let me go, for I don't love you anymore. To waste our lives would be a sin. So release me, my darling, let me
Go! Hey, fantastic. He's not playing games, is he? What time's bingo, Mum? Carry on. Have it!
Real Madrid play later at 7:30 tonight here on Sky Sports 1 at Valladolid, and they're back in action again on Wednesday night. That's a Spanish Cup semi-final first leg against Sevilla, 10 o'clock start on Sky Sports 1. 1-0 to the Arsenal from just 2 attempts on goal, both on target. But Tarnat, the scorer of the goal that separates the two teams. Any complaints as far as City are concerned or not?
I think they've been a little bit harsh done by really to go in 1-0. I thought they'd done well. Their midfield, although it was packed, they were being tenacious. I thought they'd gone about their job well. The fact that Arsenal only had 2 chances on goal shows that, they must have been doing something really well. I mean, I know a few balls got whipped across the goal that nobody got on the end of, when they had been cut open at the back, Man City. But at the same time, it just sums up the way things are going for them now. They haven't done badly. They're a goal down. No complaints, I guess, in theory, although Nicholas Anelka looked to be aggrieved that he got tripped up.
Yeah, he was unhappy, but the City bench have said nothing at half-time to the effect that they thought there was a foul here. Andy didn't think so. What about you?
Yeah, I think he's picked the ball up, he's slowed the pace of his run down, he's flicked it back inside, and I don't think he's got the touch. Now, what's happened is, we could see 4 blue shirts and 2 red ones. When they lose the ball, it was just a matter that players weren't picked up, As soon as the Arsenal player turned with that ball and looked up, he had a load of options, and that's because the blue shirts hadn't picked up, thinking that Anelka was on the attack, and the heads go down, you just trot out into your position, and you don't really do the job properly. When he's complaining there, he got a little touch. In wet circumstances, I think Parlott's on the ball would have got it anyway. But there's an awful lot more blue shirts there than red, yet they allow them. They allow the red shirts to take the advantage, and that's just a simple little thing. As Anelka's going forward, can you imagine go back a couple of years ago, Tony Adams, if that was against him and he was at the back 4 there, he'd make sure everybody was doing the job in case that ball was broken down. I think that's just the little difference. When the Arsenal player turned and looked up, he had a choice of 2 or 3 players to play with. The City players hadn't done their jobs fully, even though Anelka sort of lost the ball 40 yards up the field. And it's that little difference that makes the great teams as opposed to the good teams.
You sometimes get the impression watching Arsenal, they think it's 5-a-side, it's a run out. Their football is clinical, it's quick, it's incisive also, isn't it?
It's very hard to deal with. That was such a brilliant move. We right from their own half when this started, we were up on a chair saying they'll never score from this, can they keep this up? And they got it right through onto the 6-yard line, and just comes off his heel a little bit there. It didn't come off sort of the middle of the side foot. And he obviously looks disappointed and gave us the old 2 minutes pretending he was injured afterwards.
Well, actually, it looked like it hurt, to be fair.
It did, yeah. I think he slipped. His groin seemed to stretch a bit, but he came back in. He was quiet for a few minutes afterwards, but he came back into it quite well then after that.
And is there a temptation for Manchester City now to change things, or do you carry on and hope?
I think what Kevin Keegan's biggest job at half-time is getting his players to believe that they'll get something out of this game. That they've had that little kick while they're down. They've played well and they're still going in 1-0. And they'll be throwing mud at the ground, throwing their boots, as happens in all dressing rooms. He's got to lift them and make them believe. It's up to him tactically then how he sees it. Will he go and try and push a couple of more players up front? I'd say he probably will the later the game goes. But really getting them players to go out, play as they started, hope for the breaks and get back in this game. you know, they've 25 minutes before real panic stations hit. But of course, if you overdo it against Arsenal here with the slippy pitch as well, as you say, five-a-side football, they knock it about so well. You know, you could be 2 or 3-0 down before you've even decided what you're going to do.
United won yesterday. Chelsea won today at Blackburn by 3-2. The Gunners are in front here, but singing in the rain.
Britain's hardest. Tomorrow, 9 o'clock, Sky 1.
Have you spent like 5 minutes with him? He's totally self-centered and insensitive. They just don't go together. I mean, she's my best friend. She has these emotional needs he can't meet. Remember what she went through with Brian? It was really awful. He's so rude.
And it's a deep pass to centre, and he's running into space. He's gone past 1, past 2. He's going all the way. He shoots, and that's 3-0. The captain's weaving run results in a third.
You're such a great listener.
Thanks.
Life is great and life is fine, 'cause I met a girl and no one likes you.
You're annoying me a lot now.
You know, we've got so much in common. We like eating, drinking, yoga.
Yoga?
Shh. I'd like to go to a yoga class. Beginner. I see myself as more of an intermediate, actually. A bunch of ladies going, how hard can it be?
Bringing the arms behind the back into prayer position. Don't forget to breathe.
That's chiropractors. CHIROPR.
Small to the max. Small to the max.
The new compact limited edition from Hugo.
Small.
Sign up to Wilkinson Sword Quattro, the world's first four-blade razor with 2 conditioning strips. For our closest, smoothest shave ever. New Wilkinson Sword Quattro. Get ready.
Fasten your seatbelt and get ready for the ride of your life. 150 supercars, 3,000 miles, 14 arrests, over $50,000 in fines. Gumball 3000, the movie. Narrated by Burt Reynolds. Own it now on DVD.
With its deliciously minty burst and lasting freshness, there's never been a mint like it. New Extra Mints. Go on, try one.
Meanwhile, on the 4th floor...
When?
20 minutes ago.
An internet worm.
And a sneaky one, too. Came from the inside.
But the guys from IT said we're safe.
It was caught by the network, automatically. They say we're fine.
How does something like that get in here?
Hey, Daddy, I downloaded a new game on your computer. It's really cool.
Protecting networks and everyone around them. Cisco Systems. This is the power of the network, now.
Cracks catch up with you. Repair your windscreen before it needs replacing. Call Autoglass on 0800 363636.
That's chiropractors.
Now you can also call Yellow Pages 118 24/7. Whatever business or service you want 24/7.
OR.
To my oldest son, I leave the chateau on the French Riviera. To my only daughter, the Manhattan penthouse. To my youngest son, I bequeath 150 acres of uninhabitable swampland.
Terrible.
Jeep Grand Cherokee. Available from $24,995.
Time and tide wait for no man.
The virus will be unleashed.
Tick-tock, the minutes just melt away.
Tell me what you don't like about yourself.
Now is a better word than never.
All you need's a spark to wake us all up.
Because every second counts.
Your favorite weapon?
Be fearless in your quest.
The battle for Middle-earth is about to begin.
If you only have time for a little, Make sure it's the very best. Don't miss this February on Sky.
It continues to pour in North London, where Arsenal lead against Manchester City by 1-0. An own goal from Tarnat. There's live football Tuesday and Wednesday of this week. Tuesday night, it's the second leg of the Carling Cup semi-final. Middlesbrough lead by 1-0, of course. It starts at 7 on Sky Sports 2. And Manchester City play again on Wednesday back here in North London against Spurs. That's the FA Cup fourth round replay between the two. 7 o'clock start again, Sky Sports 2. And the winners, of course...
That's Sylvain Distin.
Now, I don't care what anyone says. You're centre-back. Don't do that Highbury when you defend like that. And because of that, if we run it on again and just see where Bergkamp plays that ball, Martin, it gets through from Parlour to Bergkamp. Now Bergkamp turns, and suddenly that back four is now a back three. And there's a big gap in there that Richard Dunn can't control. Arsenal pick a hole in it. And I don't know, but I don't want a centre-back doing that at Highbury at 0-0.
No, he might have to do it at 1-0 down as the second half shapes up. And we're ready for that now. Some compensation for Manchester City yesterday. The results went for them. Big home defeats for Leeds and Leicester down at the bottom. They probably would have wanted the draw between Portsmouth and Wolves. And of course, Blackburn have been beaten by Chelsea today. But Kevin Keegan pointing out quite firmly before the game, although we have a look at other results, it's what we do that will determine how this season ends up. Sean Wright-Phillips recalled today. Sorry, Andy, is the player cam. Got to do the formalities here. It's all yours.
No, just thinking about Thierry Henry there. He tried to nick in and win a very sloppy kick-off from Manchester City, and I think it was Joey Barton. As Henry won it, I think he just came down on the top of his foot with his boot. Can be painful. Yeah, just a bit sloppy. Look, it's a lazy little ball back, and he comes, and you can see that. Oh. I'm not saying it was deliberate, but what happened, he was a fraction late and he was on the stretch. And that can be very, very painful. I know, I broke a couple of those bones once, and they're easy to do. As David Beckham made them famous, didn't he?
Metatarsal.
That's the one.
That's the word.
I knew you'd know that. I always like to test you now, anyway.
Mine is still intact, by the way. It's Gilberto.
Yeah, it's your marbles we're worried about, not your metatarsals.
Yeah. You've got every reason to be worried about those. Here's Lauren. Well, this is a real deluge. Talked about the pitch having puddles on it yesterday, and I think we might have some puddles on it this afternoon. At least it's soft under that damaged foot for Thierry Henry. Distin. In goes Toure. Job certainly not done yet by Arsenal. On the day where they've honoured their fans, the flags out, special song sheets out. They must be absolutely drenched. They were all put lovingly out on the seats when it was dry earlier in the day. And the pixie-like figure was Arsene Wenger. Campbell. Toure. Behind Distin, but the flag went up. Really no need for it. But that's beautifully measured, especially in the conditions for Reina. That's not so well played there.
I just think that's too easy for Claudio underneath pressure.
He did well against Tottenham in the cup game last weekend. Hasn't quite hit those standards today.
Well, he's just pushed a little further up the pitch as well at the beginning of the second half. Kevin's decided not to make any changes regarding personnel, but it may be that they'll ask Claudio Reina to get a little bit further up the pitch in contact with Anelka a little earlier.
That was better from Reina, and with the help of Sean Wright-Phillips and a bit of a slip by Gilberto, Manchester City have a corner.
It's the first, but remember too many others. Gives Tarnat a chance. He's got a lovely left foot. He can whip them in. Arsenal are a big side. We've talked about that often. They'd look to defend us well.
Here is Tarnat. Lehman himself into no man's land. The ball came over, but it wasn't knocked back beyond that far post. Distin.
Why would you do that as a centre-back? We talked about the goal. I mean, with 5 minutes to go to half-time, you think you've done all right. I mean, a midfield player, yes, but coming out from the back four against a team that breaks as quickly as Aston.
Trouble is, real wisdom comes in the game when you can't play it anymore. And Distin's learnt. I'm sure we'll be wiser for it. Finally, Alan Wiley satisfied with the nature of the restart from Jens Lehmann. It's been a difficult game for him to referee. And again, I take the opportunity to say how well it seems to be working between referees and players with a different approach. Perez. Oh, he's got to be stern here, Alan Wiley.
Well, the thing is here, is there any contact? I mean, we've got a pretty good view of it from up in the gantry. I think he's arguing, I don't know, it's close, it's so quick, but look at this. So aware of each other, the Frenchman, and it skips past Sun Ji Hai. Now there goes Richard Dunn across to try and make the tackle. The ball's away. It's a brush, if anything.
Which Perez felt, and was happy to go down and get the free kick. Very difficult conditions for goalkeepers now. Ori. All the way by Sun Ji Hai. Missed by Bergkamp. And here's Anelka. Bergkamp did a bit of reclaiming. Helped by Parla. He was caught in an awkward position, Dennis Bergkamp, then, and an unfamiliar one.
This one for his scrapbook. Outrunning Nicholas Anelka.
Swept wide by Campbell to Ori. Bergkamp back where he's more familiar.
Just got trapped. Oh, it's a poor throw.
And it gave something for Cole to aim at. The chance of a goal was worth the bang that he was inevitably going to get as he flew in for the loose ball.
Well, he's talked to Sean, he's saying, Sean, come on, because Sean Wright-Phillips just turns his back on this, and David James can see that he's running away. Throw it to Sun Ji Hai. Yeah, he's the right side, he's wider. That was a really dangerous throw. Didn't do his teammate any favours.
It's going to be extremely difficult now to pass the ball any distance accurately.
But what you do want to do, I mean, if you're looking at these conditions, Mark, where do you want to see the ball? Where are you likely to make mistakes? If you can get the ball into a penalty area and it skips about and it's bobbling about, there is a chance that defenders who hate that will make mistakes.
There's an Arsenal defender, Sol Campbell, to another one, Ashley Cole, is an auxiliary attacker as well. Bosveld. Block a few times. Paul Bosveld in Dutch football was captain Feyenoord to winning the UEFA Cup a couple of years ago. Dutch international. And he is driving Manchester City forward. Sinclair. But just paddling his way back. Sun Ji Hai.
Good effort. Adventurous little run there from the right back. And even that is a save that, you know, on a normal day, bread and butter, easy. But on a day like today, conditions we're in, just makes it a little bit more difficult.
Pal. Here's Cole. time Arsenal did lose in the Premiership, it was in a game here at Highbury when they were strong favourites to win against Leeds United at the back end of last season. Peter Reid was in charge and Mark Viduka struck a stunning decisive goal. Really stunned Arsenal.
Panic Heels weren't bad that day, if I remember right, there was it?
That was the first, wasn't it? Cole helped by the decision, but sees a free kick against Reina. I've been accused sometimes of not being a team that relishes a scrap, Manchester City, but if they scrap here, particularly in these circumstances, could just force what would be a plus point for Kevin Keegan. The managers look at fixtures that have come up, they often say, well, we might get 3 here, 1 there, and you have to say away to Arsenal, you don't usually expect to get any, so...
Not with that record anyway.
Portsmouth have got a draw here this season, and Fulham as well. From Ljungberg.
Joel Bartlett is it again involved in this? Yeah, they just turns into each other basically. There's not a tackle there, but you can see both took a bit of a clout.
Bit of a dig in the ribs.
Yeah.
The player who got the winning goal up at the City of Manchester Stadium in August and was involved by presence in the 1 goal that Arsenal scored here, beaten to the punch by Michael Turner.
Go on, what would you give him? Fans have come here, he's on the bench. Arsene Wenger must know Arsenal fans would love to see him play some part in the game. At 1-0, he doesn't know the Premiership. I think the difference between the 3 signings the top 3 have made, Zaha knows it, Parker knows it, both started on their debuts, both started. No surprise, a lad who doesn't know much of anything about the Premiership is kept on the bench.
Just 20 years old, Jose Antonio Reyes. But he'll be worth waiting for, Arsenal fans. There's every chance he is eligible to play at Middlesbrough on Tuesday. Another reason for switching on to watch that. Can't get to the game, you can see it live on Sky Sports, second leg of the semi-final of the Carling Cup. Bergkamp. It's done well. Cole. Perez adroitly wins Arsenal a corner. Kevin Keegan saying when his side have been in front, they couldn't get that second goal in matches. Maybe Arsenal will need a second one here, and the City have gone to sleep at the corner. Henry. Right, Phillips took a bit too long. This is Toure who was up for the corner. Ljungberg back and buzzing. Parler. Lauren. This is where Arsenal bide their time, just sling it in from wide positions. They're wide again with Perez to Henry. Chance for the change of pace. City doubling up on him. But like a dog with a bone. That's great work from the young midfielder from Merseyside. He's making his career in Manchester. And in the end, through his efforts, reached Sol Campbell in his own half. He sliced it out of play. Certainly been more mistakes made in the last half an hour of the game. Inevitable as the rain continues to fall. Sunji Hai. Anelka. Bosveld. Wright Phillips. Sunji Hai came on the overlap. Now might have a header to challenge for. Quite fancy jumping with Sol Campbell, I don't think. It's a great ball in by Wright Phillips. Lehman got to it, and Anelka's there.
Oh, what a horrible ball to deal with. Got a bit lucky because he needed it, Mark, because such is the quality of the ball. He can't catch this. You watch him, he's on the full stretch. It's a brilliant ball in. He didn't risk catching that. All he can do is just palm it out. Might have been better trying to push it wide, off goal.
It shows the fine margins that we're dealing with. It's not Reyes, but it's Edu for Ljungberg. There was a bit of a doubt. He had a rib problem from the Middlesbrough game. The last Middlesbrough game, I should say.
Exactly. Give them a clue, man.
Yes. FA Cup, we'll say.
Ray Parlour just going to drop wide on the right now. Edu beside Gilberto in the middle.
Toure. Hesitation there, and Edu going to get down to business quickly. He's got a free kick.
Good pressure. Referee did well. I can only think that Joey Barton's getting booked for what they would call persistent infringements of the rules. He's had a few, but that one certainly was no worse than Colo Touri's first half when Anelka was away. So I'd be surprised if it was just for this one.
You wonder in these conditions how the referee records the details, because the rain would wipe out anything that was written once he opened the book. Maybe a test of memory for Alan Wiley. It's blue 24. Pires. Parlour. Just a one-game ban for Patrick Vieira, 5 yellow cards. Campbell. Right, Phillips, good tussle with Cole. Now it's Gilberto he's got to deal with. He's keeping going this.
It's good tussle. It was a really good tussle. He kept going, Gilberto kept going. Well, lots of people have, I think, fairly critical of Gilberto since he came up, but these are the kind of things that we've just seen then that he does do ever so well for Arsenal. And he chips in the odd goal. Thought it was a throw in myself. Yeah.
He's got plenty of pluck about his game, Sean Wright Phillips. Plenty for Ian Wright to be proud of when he watches him play. Bosveld. Park. Bergkamp. And they continue, for the most part, to spoil Arsenal's game plan, Manchester City. And Kevin Keegan, who has been the first to admit himself that he has some tactical deficiencies, has organised a plan here that's still working okay, with the only being a 1-0 deficit. There's no huge urgency at the moment to change it. There's enough potential through midfield. You want to see Wright Phillips bomb on as he's just done. But of course, Robbie Fowler waiting for the call. Could maybe provide a finishing touch that no one on the field could do. Dunn's header. Robbie Fowler's got a fantastic record, of course, against Arsenal.
Just wondered how fit he is, Martin, Robbie Fowler. He must be thinking about it, Kevin. He's happy
Looks well
enough.
enough, doesn't it? Now he's got Steve McManaman with him, you see. He hasn't been seen in the last 5 games, though he's been fit for some of them.
I think the conditions are something that the referee has to take into consideration. You know, when players commit to attacking now, Martin, there's no way they're coming out of it.
Maybe it's a quest to make sure he is seen to treat both sides fairly.
Yeah.
Book Barton, now Parlour. Distant and Dunn, 2 figures eminently spottable by Tarnat through the rain.
I like Sean Wright Phillips.
Tarnat takes. A good stop by Lehmann from Distant.
And it is a good stop. Oh, well held. At second attempt, but he did the job. This is a horrible one. Good header down. Picking up pace off the wet surface. And that's a good save. And that's all it takes. Set play, a ball in, good header on your back level.
More attempts by Manchester City than Arsenal here at Highbury.
Oh, that's extraordinary, isn't it? 4 attempts from Arsenal. Only in what? Just over an hour of football here.
Sanji Hai. Raymond got caught out of his goal, you remember, in the Champions League away in Kiev. Paid a hefty price. One of the few games that Arsenal have lost this season.
I can think of a few players, past and present, that would not have allowed the goalkeeper out that easily. He might have just tackled him as he was stretching to clear it.
I'm sitting alongside one past. Dennis Bergkamp now being followed by the player camp.
Well, Dennis is pretty much on the periphery of this game. Hasn't really influenced it as well as he could, as well as he might have done.
Pires. Gilberto. Remember, Arsenal have drawn 7 games this season. That's 14 points dropped, almost 5 defeats.
And that's why I don't go along with the thing about defeats, because if you don't draw many, like Manchester United, what are they, 2? You know, it's points that you lose and how you go about losing them. That's Arsenal's problem has been too many draws, and that's what's kept everyone in touch. I say everyone, 2 at least.
They continue to search for the second goal that could well see off Manchester City today. Dipped on David James. It's a fairly unorthodox save. Anelka. Arsenal kept him fairly well reined in.
Yeah, they have. He's had very, very little support, to be fair.
It only takes with him one run, one decent ball. Arsenal stopped in their tracks by Alan Wiley's whistle.
Sometimes not even that. I remember Leicester, cup tie, chased a lost cause and got his rewards.
Well, you should remember that was only a couple of weeks ago. Yeah. And that, of course, is Manchester City's only recent win. Look at this.
Lovely.
I know what you mean. The best place is to be playing, isn't it?
Yeah. Stays like this, we always think to get Richard outside and involved a bit more in the elements.
Tarnat. Cole's header. Done. Cole again. Spins through to Richard Dunn, and Sanji Hai has played several decent passes. And get City going down this right-hand side. Now can Anelka get to this? He can easily. Rayner's in the middle. Oh, what a waste that is.
I always think the reason that front men, when they go wide like that, Martin, Alan Shearer, I can think of, Henry, are particularly good when they get in these kind of areas, as they understand what's required, and they're not as wasteful as some players, but I can't say that about Nicolas Anelka then. That was wasteful.
So, Jose Antonio Reyes is getting ready for his first taste of Arsenal action.
Typical Spanish weather awaits him.
The rain from Spain. Sinclair. Anelka. Perez can't keep it, but Henry might. No. Dunn shoveling it forward.
conditions have made it scrappy. It's as simple as that. Passing and controls is becoming very, very difficult.
That's why it's such a good chance for Manchester City. Perez.
Even the shortest of passes like that, you know, it's a 4 or 5 yard pass to a support player.
Misjudged by Cole. Right Phillips.
And even that becomes difficult. Well, change is about to be made, Martin.
Player who could, if all the add-ons are taken up eventually, become Arsenal's record signing at £17 million. He replaces an Arsenal legend in Dennis Bergkamp, the 20-year-old from Seville. Jose Antonio Reyes. And immediately he's under the scrutiny of the player camp.
Well, Dennis was, so he might as well take that mantle as well. There's a burden of expectancy around.
He's already played 4 times for Spain and scored 2 international goals in 1 match against Armenia earlier this season. He's a fine athlete.
And 1 or 2 have said a little bit aggressive as well. Might be on the small side, but he's prepared to mix it.
And he's able to play today by a strange international ruling. He's actually suspended in Spain, but suspended from a cup competition. So the Spanish FA haven't enforced the carryover into the territory of our football association. Arsenal actually expected him to be banned from this match.
Well, good to see.
Edu. Here's Reyes. An encouraging turn. Parla, Reyes, Perez.
Great block.
Edu lets fly.
Not a bad introduction. A drag back that sent 3,000 people the wrong way, as well as a couple of players, and then a beautiful little flick to set up Robert Perez. This is a flick. I mean, he's controlled that brilliantly, because it was meant to drag it back like that. And then Edu just a little high with a shot, but a great block from Richard Dunn.
Headed forward by Bart. Milka trying to close down Toure. Nonetheless gets it long towards Reyes. I suppose in the era of squad numbers, the number 9 perhaps doesn't quite carry the same connotations as when you were playing and wearing it, Andy. But it's still one that makes you look.
Yeah.
And Franny Jeff has had it before his season-long loan to Everton.
Yeah, I think the numbers 9, 10 have always been great footballing numbers, and of course, I think it was Johan Cruyff that made 14 such a big number in the World Cup.
But other factors have intervened now, isn't it? From the world of basketball, we've got number 23 being a popular number, which Sol Campbell wears for Arsenal.
Only because it adds up to 5 and he's a centre-back for God's sake.
Dunn. There's a nice harmony about it, the names, but the passing didn't for Manchester City.
Anything that's just off the target on the passing ranges ain't going to be got, because changing direction pretty impossible for footballers out there.
Campbell. Foot to it bravely, Reyes. Perez. Henry. Good handling by David James, got everything behind it.
Yeah, lovely strike. Again, Reyes involved. So 3 touches of the ball, and they've all been pretty effective for the young Spaniard. Might even have been played in there. But Henry looking for his goal. Concentration for David James.
Henry, of course, could have had a goal right at the start of the game when it was gaping, and he hit the post and did the splits. Gilberto couldn't pick a pass through to his intended target, Pires. Pires, incidentally, of Spanish extraction, speaks the language, and I'm sure will help Reyes settle in. Campbell. Cole with the interception, but Phillips immediately won it back for Manchester City. Sinclair waiting. Can't wait, they've got to react, and it's a Reyna's ball for Anelka. Campbell goes across and gets there.
Well, that's what I mean. Big touch, Martin. Colo Toure here. Look at that. He tries to control it, and he's not able to. It skips away from him. And full marks to Sol Campbell. Might easily have been tempted to go to ground here, Martin, but he stayed on his feet. Made life difficult for Nicolas Anelka.
Lehmann. Free kick given in Arsenal's favour.
Well, they're coming late, but they're about to be made.
15 minutes to go from the sickbed. Robbie Fowler and Steve McManaman not far behind. Got to be one of the midfield players to go off, and it's Paul Bosveld to get a second striker on for City. Scorer of 2 hat-tricks in the Premiership against Arsenal in his Liverpool days, 1 inside 5 minutes, you might well remember. And it's Claudio Reyna who gives way to McManaman. There was a time when McManaman and Fowler were really in their pomp. Arsenal just couldn't get a result against Liverpool. McManaman got a winning goal here, I remember.
Pretty special one, if I remember. Well, they don't have much time, but they are still in touch. The game is far from won.
All of Manchester backing Manchester City. Manchester United would love to see Arsenal drop points here.
Chelsea might be quite pleased about it as well.
Parla says Gilberto on the chase. Sanji High. Campbell, who's missed very little today. Pires. Reyes herring through the middle. Henry. Oh, the debutant.
It might just take a bit of tweaking this in the long run. Again, look at the favourite left side. With Pires and Henry as well, Martin, and Reyes if he plays. No. Might just take a little bit of work as well.
Will be involved from the start on Tuesday. Reyes at the Riverside. Carling Cup semi-final second leg. You can see it live. Sky Sports 2, Middlesbrough already a goal to the good. Don't think there'll be too much resemblance to today's Arsenal team in Tuesday's Arsenal team.
No.
Manchester City may well have the majority of these players on view again in North London. And you can follow the Fortunes FA Cup 4th round replay. Sky Sports 2, Wednesday from 7. Pires. Henry. For Reyes. It's a chance for him. And David James on the charge, beat it down.
Great save.
But flag was up. Arsenal didn't need it. Reyes on the ball again. Pires found the angle, got the ball. Henry's waiting. And James is there again. And still Manchester City keep it at 1-0.
Two big saves from a big goalkeeper.
Tarnat. Sun Ji-hai. Well, on the day when Arsenal have honoured David Seaman, his successor in the Manchester City and England goal has performed splendidly here. And Manchester City have a free kick. Fowler takes it quickly. Well, no, too quickly for the referee.
No, I don't think that's a bad decision though. Wiley, they hadn't quite got players up. And they're away again.
Anelka lines one up for himself. In goes Fowler. Typical predatory fashion. Corner.
Well, it just shows you, doesn't it? Even the top teams, Martin, with a slender lead at home, can look a bit nervy and edgy. And someone puts them under pressure, and that's what City are trying to do. We've got 2v1 here. A little bit slow to react.
Fowler. And to sneak it in at the near post.
Well, that was comfortable, but not up the other end. This is lovely football, and they pick out Reyes here. He's on his right side, and, well, makes himself a big goalkeeper. Hits him in the face more than anything. This is the second one where it just gets deflected away from him, Martin. And both Reyes and Henry think it's there. That's a very, very brave save. Head first, plunging at the Frenchman's feet.
10 minutes to go. Narrow victories for Manchester United yesterday, for Chelsea today. Competitive nature of those games, a compliment to the Barclaycard Premiership. It's been a similar story here. And Arsenal haven't yet got their narrow victory. On a bit of a prowl in the technical area. Nothing for him to be relaxed about. Edu. Lauren. Gilberto. It is risky passing it around, and Campbell, Fowler's claiming that he was fouled.
Oh, it's got to be a foul, Martin. That has got to be a foul. I mean, Alan Wiley has just ducked out a big decision there. How on earth he doesn't think that's a free kick when Robbie Fowler wins the ball.
Ball through to Pires by Edu, used to Henry. He's got plenty to aim at, like that! An astounding goal from Thierry Henry. And Arsenal have scored twice when Manchester City have been appealing for free kicks seconds earlier.
Well, the strike is just awesome. It's the only word to describe it. You and I are right behind us, and it is like an arrow. It's like a tracer. Unsavable, unstoppable.
But they were appealing again.
Well, I think it's a free kick. I don't care what anyone says, Mark. This is a free kick. But this strike is awesome. Watch this. Look, keep an eye on it if you can. I mean, just David, you've been brilliant, but don't even dive, mate. Just turn round and pick it out the net, because that's as close as you're going to get to it. A strike from a super striker. Oh, take a bow, son.
It surely settled the day for Arsenal. He's equal now with Alan Shearer on 16 Premiership goals this season. It's a signal for Arsene Wenger to take off Robert Pires and bring on a defender in Pascal Sigon. Well, if the first one did look more a slip than a foul on Anelka prior to the own goal from Turner, everyone seemed to stop as Fowler went down then, but the referee was very well placed, and the way he saw it, play on was the message. Arsenal certainly played on. And Henry, from an improbable angle, even with his gifts, absolutely buried it.
That was. Well, let's have a little look at that instant. I didn't think there was an argument the first time, but look at Fowler. He's away. There's a bit of contact with both, I have to be fair, but the referee has seen that. He's made a great decision. But that there, just look and admire.
Been some Manchester City protests and a booking, we think, for Trevor Sinclair.
I'm sure Kevin will have an opinion on it at the end of the game. Both incidents.
On another day, both occasions the referee might have blown the whistle rightly or wrongly.
I just think as well, you know, as a neutral, we've just witnessed one of the best goals this season that they given a free. I know Manchester City fans saying, you know what? But it was a strike to admire, there's no doubt about that.
Well, he rarely gets a scruffy goal. But that's surely one of his best ever. Takes him to 98 Premiership goals. The name is Thierry Henry. So there is some breathing space for Arsenal, but it's only come in the last 5 minutes of the match. Sinclair. Free kick to City. They need more than that. They can pile in to the Arsenal penalty area now. Tarnat to take it. Distin. McManaman. He's yelling for handball by Sigon. He was just inches away from him. And then he stops Fowler's throw. Seems to have got away with that.
Well, they have to look for a penalty, but no way. McManaman stopped the shot straight off Sigon.
Fowler is fouled here. Still make it nervy for Arsenal in the very last period of the game if they can find a goal from this free kick. Tarnat's got one or two options up his sleeve. Henry and Cole are reluctant to retreat. Sinclair has come across to have another chip away at Alan Wiley. Hasn't got the two-man war quite where he wants it. He's yelling it to Ashley Cole. He knows that all about Tarnat from their days in Germany. Flew across, Parler couldn't deal with it. Charged down by Campbell is as good a candidate as anybody for man of the match, I would feel. Arsenal give it away through Parler. Oh, and Anelka. It is 2-1. It's not over yet.
He's trying to get the ball off Ashley Cole now.
Oh, and now Alan Wiley's right on the spot, and somebody's going to be in big trouble here.
Yeah.
But it's certainly a goal for Manchester City. It's a goal for Anelka, but he could be in Alan Wiley's bad books. The players are being tugged away. Of course, Arsenal know all about these mass incidents and what can happen at the end of it. Big punishments after the final episode against Manchester United at Old Trafford.
Well, he's trying to get Anelka, who'd try to walk away, but he's got him back. I think Ashley Cole and Anelka will be the two, Martin.
They could both go.
They could.
Heat of the moment stuff now. What colour will be the cards?
Red there.
Red for Anelka at Highbury. In the aftermath of scoring. Ashley Cole has been sent off earlier this season at Leicester. Gets yellow.
Well, it gives us a chance at last to see the goal. We just get a little sloppy on the way out. No real marking there. A bit offline. You can see on the far side. And not quite got the line there. It's a lovely finish in the end from Nicholas Anelka. The touch was a good one. But they're not quick in getting out. They're a little slow in getting out. Therefore, Anelka's got the space and finishes really well. Now, you know what's going to happen now. They want the ball back. They're running out of time. Ashley Cole knows that. And he goes into the net, trying to run away with the ball. There's a little bit of push and shove. That's why he's sent off. Grabbing him, both hands. Edu's lucky.
Well, he's got a goal, but he's lost the scorer of it. And here's Reyes. Grabbing on him, that will be a free kick to Arsenal. We talked about him being a tough nut.
Steady.
Doesn't want to incline the nut then.
No. Well, I have to say, you mentioned it earlier, this has been one of the easiest games to referee, although conditions are difficult. And I don't know if Alan Wiley saw it, whether he thinks anything of it. Well, it's just here, there's a little bit of pull on the shirt. That's the free kick, but then there's a little bit of mouthing going on. A little bump it in, half a kick, little look round, little bump.
It's from Tarnack. Coming together at eyebrow level. That's about it. It just shows how much you have to concentrate for the entire 90 minutes of a match at this level. Whether you're a player, like Arsenal defending, they've conceded a goal. Whether you're a referee who probably thinks that it's all going to end fairly straightforwardly at 2-0. It's now 2-1. Player's been red carded. It'll make the headlines. Anelka here.
And you can understand the frustration with Anelka and foul on everyone that was around Ashley Cole, trying to run away with the ball with a minute or so to go.
I remember a game earlier this season, Darren Pearce.
Yeah, did the same.
Ran a long way away with the ball. Ended up sent off.
Listen, no, that mayhem. How much stoppage time was there? You have any idea?
No. We've had two. Right, Phillips. It was 2-1 to Arsenal at the City of Manchester Stadium in August in very different weather conditions. It's 2-1 to Arsenal here at Highbury. Distan.
Well, all the top three, Martin, have really had to work much harder this weekend than they thought they would.
Henri. Could be away here. Dunn trying to buy City a bit of time defensively and force him wide. Corner.
Well, it must be very, very close to the last action of the day. Turned out to be an eventful afternoon. But for 85 minutes, it looked a formality. 2 talking points I'm sure Kevin Keegan will have an opinion on. 3 now, sending off of course, but with both goals he will have, I'm sure, an opinion on them, and that they've been hard done by.
The wrong end of all of them, he will feel.
He will feel exactly that, and that sort of, he will say, it typifies the way it is for Manchester City at the moment.
Well, let's hope, perhaps, from football's point of view, the abiding memory will be Henry's wonderful goal, which, of course, is now the decisive goal. Had almost 4 added minutes. James just whipping it away from Reyes. Tarnat. Fowler's in there. Seagon gets a touch. Edu, another Arsenal substitute. Arsenal have won it. An extraordinary ending, which included a wonderful goal from Henry, and Ashley Cole then being involved in an altercation after Nicholas Anelka had pulled one back for Manchester City, and Anelka subsequently sent off for his part in it. Reyes coming in to the heat of the Premiership battle, and certainly he looks up for it. The only goal of the first.
2 weeks ago, Middlesbrough inflicted Arsenal's only domestic defeat of the season so far. Tonight, the Gunners get their chance to overturn that 1-goal deficit and reach the Carling Cup final. We've got all the best of the action to come, and our first proper chance to see the new man, Jose Antonio Reyes. So let's join our commentator, John Champion.
At the risk of reopening the age-old debate about too many repeats on television, here we go again, with the 4th and most important meeting of these clubs in the last 25 days. For Arsenal, it's part nuisance, part bonus. For the Borough, it's a game that will define a season. Middlesbrough would prefer to have gone into this with Ehiog and Boateng, but both are injured. Jonathan Greening gets the call. Juninho got the first leg winner. Arsenal's team contains 3 first-team regulars, Vieira, Cole and Toure, 2 teenagers in Clichy and Bentley, and the new kid on the North London block is given his first start. Jose Antonio Reyes could eventually cost £17.5 million from Sevilla. First impressions have been very favourable. One step away from Arsenal's second home. They've already booked their hotel rooms in Cardiff, but Middlesbrough know that this competition provides their only chance of success this season, and they're up for it in a big way. Arsenal in their change kit this evening, with a pretty strong-looking lineup by their standards in the League Cup competition. And here's Martin Keown, who has handed over the captain's armband this evening to Patrick Vieira, getting his first touch. Tackled by Jonathan Greening. Greening, who's just back from an operation to remove his tonsils, penalised by tonight's match referee Dermot Gallagher. Vieira. Header when it came in from Gael Clichy. Wasn't really a threat to Mark Schwarzer. In the first leg, it took 71 minutes for Arsenal to have a shot on target. Toure. That's one aimed towards David Bentley. And now Edu setting himself. He's gaining a reputation for that left foot of his. He's fired in a few free kicks from distance. This from open play was not very far away. Bentley. Clichy outside him. Seagon and Keown are both coming forward. And Edu got the head to it. It's nicely delivered by David Bentley. Plenty of in-swing on it. Not yet a jump, didn't make it, but Juninho's got it. And it'll come from Macaroni! such a good chance. Set up by the stealth of Juninho. Slice of luck as well in the creation, but not in the finish from Massimo Macaroni. Steve McLaren has never reached this late stage of the League Cup competition before. He's endured an FA Cup semi-final against Arsenal. Lost to a Festa own goal at Old Trafford a couple of seasons ago. Juninho, Mendieta, nice interchange, rode his luck too, and then was fouled. Clichy who brought him down. Scoring has been Middlesbrough's problem all season long, although they've managed 3 in each of their last 2 Premiership outings. Zenden. Cadrell! Macaroni! Was it over the line? Apparently not. Was perilously close, but it's play on. And Arsenal escape. And now they can break with Bentley, but Schwarzer is alert. But Graham Stack did his utmost to tore the ball off the line. There was a case for saying Macaroni was offside in the first phase of play, but inactive. He then became active. Now, was it over the line? Whole of the ball, whole of the line. Well, from that angle, it's inconclusive. What you can say is that Stack did very, very well. Zenden. On the stretch this time. Zenden. Keown. Not the header he would have wanted. Maybe he's a little ring rusty. He doesn't play that often these days, Martin Keown. Rigott's forward. Zenden. Juninho so nearly turned it in. Helped by Riggott getting the merest flick at the near post, but it was Juninho to whom the main chance fell. Riggott. Juninho. Keown allowed it to hit him on the back, and he's brought Macaroni down. And surely there can only be one decision. And there it is, a red card, the 12th of Martin Keown's career. He felt he had no alternative but to pull the Italian down. He had arms around the waist, and that was enough. It's the 7th time that he's received a red card in his Arsenal career. It's the 54th dismissal under Arsene Wenger. And Arsenal, a goal down overall, are now a man down 2. Now just punishment for the foul would be a goal from the free kick. It's Juninho, straight at Graham Stack. The wall disintegrated. Sent spinning by Zenden. Referee saw nothing wrong. And Edu is still down, so effectively Arsenal are reduced to 9 men in defending. And Middlesbrough are going for the jugular with Juninho. And Vieira's furious that Middlesbrough hadn't kicked the ball out of play. And Edu is down. Still. Clutching that left leg of his. Naughty by Zenden. He's not a regular first teamer, but he's been pushing hard for a starting place. And that's a long-term problem. It's a blow that Arsenal will feel. Goalless at half-time then. But Middlesbrough have fashioned the better chances. Massimo Macaroni going closest, and also drawing the professional foul for which Martin Keown was sent off. So Arsenal are 1 goal down on aggregate and 1 man down as well. It's 0-0 on the night at half-time at the Riverside. Surprised to see Edu coming out for the second half after the tackle by Zenden, which led to him being stretchered off. There did appear to be something sticking out of his leg when he went down, which 1 or 2 people feared might be a bone. It was, we're assured, just his shin pad. So, the best attacking side in the country have to do what they're good at with only 10 men. Keown sent off, and Arsenal trailing on aggregate to Juninho's first leg goal at Highbury. Mendieta giving the ball away to Vieira. This will test Arsenal to the full. But Reyes has been played in by Edu. It was a spectacular tumble by the newly arrived Spaniard, and Arsenal self-evidently are appealing for a penalty. Maybe that Reyes didn't do himself any favours by making so much of any contact that there might have been. Edu. Now, Reyes. And pacing Dorival. Inside Mills. Tame shot, partly because it took a deflection on its way, and it is a corner. And the heel of Briggett. Sigon with the diagonal run. And Toure! Oh, somehow it was kept out. Toure holds his head in disbelief. Ray Parlour. Hooked in towards Sigon. Oh, good volley, but sliced by Vieira. He made meaty contact with it, but it was with his perhaps weaker left foot. What about the first chance? How on earth did Middlesbrough keep that out? In 128 years, Middlesbrough have never won a major trophy, despite all the millions that Steve Gibson has lavished on his beloved team in the past 10 years. Middlesbrough just need one break. Mendieta, chances here, Zenden scores! And 30,000 Teessiders think of how best to book their tickets for a trip to South Wales. Zenden, a loser in the semi-final with Chelsea 2 seasons ago, capitalising on excellent work by Macaroni and by Mendieta. And one of the stellar names of European football in this past decade puts clear blue sky between Arsenal, who've won so many trophies, and Middlesbrough, who have yet to win a thing. Arsenal have to score twice. And a tangle off the ball involving Bentley and Zenden. And Bentley's temper letting him down, tangling with Juninho. And that's a product of the previous spat just a few seconds before, involving Bentley and Zenden. And he's looking across at him, determined to take Juninho out. Very bookable, not dismissible. Urging his team forward, trying to go all the way himself, and extending, Schwarzer pulling, and now Reyes battling for it with Mills. It is a corner. Schwarzer hasn't been called upon too often for shots from distance tonight, but Vieira seems to figure that some of his regular colleagues aren't around him, he can't rely on their support, so He'll have to go it alone. And he's very prominent as the corner is lined up too. Sigon also forward for Bentley's kick. Oh, the crossbar, and Edu has squeezed it in. And Arsenal are still alive in the League Cup. Edu the scorer. It's 1-1. And Arsenal still have the chance to prolong this tie into extra time. Vieira going up for the initial header. Arsenal denied by the frame of the goal. But Edu, the Johnny on the spot, to squeeze in the equalising goal on the night. But it probably came off Joseph Job rather than Vieira as the two of them jumped, but Edu was the one that got the crucial touch. And 2-1 is now the aggregate lead for Middlesbrough. The ball dug out by Kadru for Mendieta. Opening up a little for Mendieta, but not sufficiently. Kadru, the poor clearance. Zenden, who scored once for Middlesbrough already. Juninho and Job, both available. Juninho closest to it, but it remains 1-1. Barnaby. Arsenal committing forward as they have to. Job is onside, but it didn't reach him thanks to Sigon. There's a feeling in the Arsenal ranks that Joseph Job should have been flagged. Yes, he was in an offside position, you know. Short to Mendieta. Tottenham committing plenty forward. Donny Van needs to be certain about this. Mills, caught late by Owusu Obey. Just about his first involvement, and Dermot Gallagher is not impressed by Danny Mills. Says yes, he was fouled, but not that badly. Get up. Others shake their heads at him. We'll see who was offended against that time. Juninho. Now chances, and not only chances, a goal, and such an important goal for Stuart Barnaby. When Zenden scored, they thought they'd done it. Now they know they've done it. And what a time for 21-year-old Stuart Barnaby, whose father runs the academy at Middlesbrough, to score his first ever goal for the club. He'll claim it, no doubt about that. There was a suggestion of an Arsenal touch of Reyes. But the very fact that Barnaby too made contact with the ball will mean that he will claim what surely will go down as a historic goal for Middlesbrough. Whether a Reyes own goal technically, or a Barnaby goal, it is 2-1 on the night and 3-1 on aggregate. Barnaby taken up by Juninho. Zenden outside him. Players in the middle. Joseph Job misses what was pretty much an open goal. In the circumstances, he'll probably be forgiven. At this stage, it doesn't really matter anymore. Owusu Obey, not short of pace. More step-overs. Southgate. Now Edu. Stroked only just wide. There is no dubious goals panel in the League Cup, unlike the Premiership, so try taking this off Stuart Barnaby, even if Jose Antonio Reyes made contact with the ball at pretty much the same time. Could argue that's his first goal in an Arsenal shirt. They'll be only too happy to let Farnaby have it. Bentley. Not a bad effort. They're beginning to party already around the riverside. His job. Into the last 20 seconds. Janina. Mendieta. Zenden, one touch to control. And forced behind for a corner. Which, if there's time for it, will be the last act of the game. Just waiting to release all that pent-up emotion. Face that hides 1,000 feelings. Middlesbrough will play at the Millennium. It is Middlesbrough's night. Arsenal gave it their all with 10 men. For a while they looked capable of forcing extra time, but their disappointment will be tempered by the knowledge that they have bigger fish to fry. For Middlesbrough, a club which has specialised in mediocrity.
Come back of the century, or
without a shadow of a doubt, because the facts lends itself to that opinion, and as much as, you know, you're 3-0 up, Tottenham 3-0 up, the opposition are down to 10 men, they've one win in 18, confidence is low, and there's 17 different ways that Tottenham can play in the second half and still win if they keep playing.
Yeah.
But Manchester City came out fighting, and Tottenham, they lay down and died.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, David Pleat was right. Yeah. In the morning, they'll wake up and they won't be feeling pretty. They've got to take a long, hard look at themselves.
I can remember a couple of comebacks. What, we've got Tranmere, remember that one? Southampton, they were 3 down, came back 4-3, but 11 men. FA Cup final, Stanley Matthews final, they were 3-1 down, but United Spurs in the league.
Yeah, but I mean,
apparently Charlton came from 5 down with 3 men once. But
you're talking here, you're talking, right? A team that's won victory in 18 matches, are 3-0 down, away from home, and that's important as well.
Absolutely,
away from home.
Yeah.
Confidence is rock bottom.
They don't believe they can win games. They don't believe they can win games. And what do you say to your players at half-time as a manager when you're 3-0 down?
You say,
in those
help me, please.
Your first problem is to find out, have I got 11 players? Well, you haven't, because one of my players has just been sent off on the way into the dressing room. What's happened there? Now that takes up 5 minutes, doesn't it? Then you have to get your players back focusing on the game, and he's managed to do that.
Hey,
and that
whatever he said, it worked.
It worked. Yeah.
Now the nights of the 4th round replay was at Loftus Road, where Fulham met Everton for the right to entertain West Ham in the next round. The commentator was Barry Davis.
On a windy but dry night, there were just 3 changes in the lineups compared with the match 11 days ago. Fulham's captain Lee Clark is missing for only the 2nd time this season. He has a calf injury. So Junichi Inamoto comes into the starting lineup. Their new signings, Brian McBride and Ian Pearce, are both ineligible. Everton have Alan Stubbs and Duncan Ferguson both on the injured list. So Wayne Rooney, who's been patrolling the right side of midfield in recent matches, moves forward up front to be replaced there by Lee Carsley. And Gary Naismith, a substitute in the 1-1 draw, now joins the back 4. The man whose 90th minute equaliser necessitated this replay, Francis Jeffers, once again waits his chance from the bench. Final check from Paul Durkin. Tonight's referee different from the match at Goodison, where Dermot Gallagher was in charge. And Everton playing in a chain strip of yellow, and looking to end something of a hoodoo, playing in the FA Cup against Fulham. They've never beaten them. Been paired 3 times. Twice the matches needed a replay, but David Moyes hoping to get a different ending from the others. Good play by Malbranc. Oh, he's unlucky that neither Hales nor Davis, who were the 2 nearest, could find the touch. A lot is made about the departure of Louis Saha, but I think many people would feel that this man is the most skillful player on the books. This is promising. Radzinski. And Boamorte on the end of a challenge. Boamorte, who, along with Duncan Ferguson, has been making many of the headlines. A really poor challenge by Lee Carsley. And the choice of adjective is generous. Forward. 3 behind. Hales outnumbered 3-1. Quite a physical battle with Unsworth. And the first intervention by a man who made many during the World Cup. Very exciting player there. So clear. Malbranc. 1-on-1 here. Hales does well to put it down. Inamoto inside him. Oh dear. That was unfortunate. Barry Hales, very much a favourite among the Fulham crowd. Did the hard part. And challenged by Unsworth. Completely lost control of it. Inamoto. Boamorte is in the middle. So now it's Malbranc. Jetou. Malbranc. Davis couldn't get there. Banged away by Nyako. Well, they were all trying to have a pot at it. And it was Boamorte who was wide. Coming for it. Hasn't really seen the ball yet. Boamorte. And Boamorte somewhat slipping on the greasy top, I would think. Made contact with Lee Carsley. I suppose the more cynical might think that's a bit of afters, as Jimmy Greaves used to call it. Surprisingly, Unsworth allowed a man to get in front of him. Boamorte, this is Davis. Malbranc. Boamorte. I can't believe that Nigel Martin, well, it's proving what I was about to say. The defending in front of him seems to be permanently last ditch. Good recovery. Inamoto. 4 against 4 here. Still not covered the goal. Now it is. It's Hibbert who can clear. Ambitious ball by Inamoto, which very nearly came off for Boamorte. Malbranc. Kilban. Rooney. Radzinski on the far side from Rooney, near side as we look, on the edge of the box. Nyako. Gravison could have a crack. And the 6'6" goalkeeper was down very quickly indeed. The intention was pretty clear. from Van der Sar that's seen the great amount of action, and yet Van der Sar's made the only save of the half. Davis! Oh! Well, that's the closest that Fulham have come. And again, Nigel Martin, who had an outstanding game on Saturday, complains that he might be asked to have an outstanding game here again. Fulham adjust their sights a bit. Davis caught napping, and here's Radzinski, and he's got Rooney up with him. Radzinski! Back off the post, and into the grateful clutch of Van der Sar. He's got 4 up with him. And here's Rooney! Fine clearance off the line. But what an opportunity for Wayne Rooney. Radzinski's cross. And they were 4 on 2 there. And a very good clearance off the line by Bocanegra. Gravison at the back. Bocanegra again. Gomar improvised quite well. Morte being pushed and pulled a bit, but giving, one suspects, as good as he's received. Davis. Davis again. Still Sean Davis. Fine save. First he's had to make Nigel Martin. But a really good parry away by Nigel Martin. Gravison. And here's Kilburn! What a block. Came from nowhere to deny the Irishman. He can't quite believe that that wasn't the opening goal. Kevin Kilburn. But look at Volts, made up the ground and somehow got a foot to it. Could so easily have been an own goal, but he deserved the fortune for his endeavour and his bravery. Pistone. Volts. Played the ball through for Radzinski. Almost denied by the post. Plenty forward for Fulham. And it was Knight whose header just skimmed the crossbar. So they've started, as was hoped, as they finished at the half. But still a blank score sheet. It was a good header. Fired cross of Fulham. William Knight for the scarf. Shetu made it his. Better use of the body. This is Barmorte. This is Hales. And that's a good parry again. Straight at him though. But of some power. Radzinski. Rooney up on the far side. Still the Canadian, and again it was a fine effort. One end, Hales with the block. With the shot that Martin blocked, rather. And immediately that leads to an opportunity at the other end. Well, he was stretching for it and didn't make contact. Unsworth and Hales. Battling physically all night. Barmorte. Inamoto! Oh! The Japanese peach. Wonderful strike after some good work by Bermotti. Threw three to him. Suddenly there was Inamoto. And he lined up the shot that gave Martin no chance whatsoever. Excellent goal. Opens the scoring. Fofana. Backed away from him. And the pace of the shot couldn't have been more crisp. Montenegro. And the flag has stayed down. This is Hales. And still Hales. He's got plenty up to help him. Well, his manager will be livid. Will one be enough for them? Must have been a little bit painful, both for the linesman and for Bocanegra. That's a good claim, and an appeal that he went across the line. Beanpole he may be, but strength he certainly has. He's done well in the box, coming from the central midfield position. Oh, it was close. It was close. Fine ball by Steve Watson. Wayne Rooney. Oh, it came up unkindly for Kilban. Just wouldn't sit for the shot. Gravison has come across to take. Again. Jeffers the nearest to the goal. And the whole posse from behind him. And we're now moving into stoppage time. Not the best of headers out. And Savard gets it. At least towards the centre circle. And the equaliser. And it's Jeffers again. Jeffers again. He's hurt in the process. It was an up and under that Carsley got under, and Jeffers flicking it forward, fell awkwardly, but it's 1-1. Came partly off Carsley and partly off Inamoto, and guided home by Francis Jeffers. The equaliser in the first match, the equaliser again, which will take the second match into extra time, surely. 2 minutes of stoppage time remaining. No real reaction from Chris Coleman. As indeed there didn't seem to be from David Moyes. Rooney. Oh, he's done well twice. And they're queuing up. Oh, and they managed to head it wide on both sides. First Kilban, that was going out. Jeffers got the header from the right across the goal, and it went harmlessly away on the left. Kilban up first. Jeffers only has to nod it in, and instead puts it past the other post. Jeffers had the benefit of the flag, but doesn't take the chance. It's a very close call that, as to whether he was offside. But on the volley, scored one, and could have had two others since. Rooney, that's a good ball, Jeffers, still Jeffers. Oh dear. Well, he had an opportunity first time, took it on, waited well, he was certainly onside. tried to chip it over the goalkeeper, he'd come to his feet and got too much. It was a very good ball by Rooney. Bolts was unbalanced. Malbranc. Davis. Savard in the middle. Beaumonte further over. Everton backline moving up to the edge of the box. Malbranc. Bolts. Still Bolts. He's becoming a very popular figure with the Fulham faithful. So 6 of one, half a dozen of the others to who actually got his foot to that first, he or Gravison. Bolts. Davis. Bolts. Beaumonte. Must be and is. And it's Malbranc. Got him in front for the second time. Beaumonte set him up. Everton thought that Beaumonte was offside initially. Parry by Nigel Martin, but this time not sufficiently. Nice touch and good finish, but an unfortunate goalkeeper. Malbranc for Beaumonte. Good stop. Rich form is Nigel Martin, as he showed on Saturday and is shown here. Got hold of it, Beaumonte. Good strong right hand. 37 years old, the goalkeeper now. Born the month after England won the World Cup. And this broken ankles header. Plenty waiting. It's another corner. And again manages to bisect the 6-yard box, and it's another corner. Watson to come from the 18-yard line. Carsley, Jeffers almost again. Good header away by Teta. Oh, it's unbelievable, the scramble. Yetu gets it away. It's going the way of all the previous pairings of these two sides in 1926, 1948 and 1975. Fulham the winners by the odd goal. And the final whistle is almost drowned out. The final whistle it is, and Chris Coleman's Fulham go through to round 5. The winning goal coming from Steed Malbranc to give Fulham victory by 2-1. The history of the meetings of these two sides continues. Fulham once again come out on top.
It was, for Franny Jeffers to come on again and get one right at the death. It was, that just rips the guts out of you. And I just didn't want them. They work so hard, and they come so far. I didn't want them to, if we lost the game, then it would have been hard to take. So, but I thought we showed fantastic spirit. You know, to go on in extra time and get another goal was great team spirit.
I think both teams, you know, went to try and win the game. I think we're determined for that to happen. You know, we've come here and had a good goal. We didn't play particularly well for half an hour. Sorted it out after that, and you know, and I'm pleased with the players. Can't fault them. Just the goals.
My first extra time, so, and I don't really want too many more of them, to be honest with you. It was like I said, you know, it's we're nearly there again. You're thinking it's not going to happen. They're not going to get one at the death, surely. Bang, and that's football. And but I thought it was a great game. It could have gone either way. Everton had their chances, so did we. And it was a typical cup tie, and I think both fans will go away. You know, obviously Everton fans will be disappointed, but I don't think they could ask any more from their team.
I tell you wouldn't want to be a former Spurs and Everton player this evening.
Well, there's only one thing worse than that. It's former Spurs, Everton or Leicester, but it's another story.
It's been a bad week.
Right.
But a cracking cup tie.
It was a
not
fantastic
quite
game.
as good as the first one.
No,
but
it was a great game of
tasty.
football. There was, you know, end-to-end stuff. Both sides had a host of chances. I think for Fulham they played some great stuff, but probably missed the cutting edge of Saha. For Everton, it's a cruel game. Jeffers scored the equaliser at Goodison, scored the equaliser in normal time tonight, and then he missed 3 really good chances, and he went from hero to villain. The first one, it looks as though he's offside. Brilliant play from Rooney here. He's got three of them from 2 defenders. Francis Jeffers comes in. It looks to me he's offside there, but no flag, and that's a fantastic opportunity. The second one, more difficult. Ball over the top. He's onto it quick. Good first touch. Still a half-decent chance. Should bury this. Great ball from Rooney. Should hit it there. Takes another touch. Should still score. Wasted opportunity. And then Bo Morta, who had played really well all night, cuts it back. Malbrandt comes in. Nigel Martin nearly gets it, but it's in the back of the net. And they've had a great season, and they play West Ham next. And I tell you what, it's like dreams and aspirations. And I think that this is the time, the 5th round, when you start thinking about the final, and it was icing the cake for Chris Coleman, who's had a brilliant season.
Yeah, I would say he's done tremendously well, so inexperienced, and everyone thought maybe it's a bit of a gamble to put him in there. But
well, at the start of the season, I think he was the bookie's favourite, the first to get the sack. But I mean, he's confounded everybody, and he said what he has said is right, that his team, every time he puts a team in the park, they play with tremendous spirit and commitment, and that's a tribute to the manager.
I know you were at the derby on Saturday against Liverpool. Why are Everton struggling this season?
Well, I think that he's had, David Moyes has a lot of injuries, and obviously expectations and anticipation are sky high because of what happened last season. They nearly got in the Champions League. It's just a matter of confidence, but they've got the players that can get them back there.
Okay, thanks. Now looking ahead to the 5th round of the FA Cup, our live games will be Sunderland against Birmingham City a week on Saturday, and the tie of the round, Arsenal versus Chelsea on Sunday. And if those thrilling cup ties tonight have put you in the mood for more football, there's highlights of today's African Cup of Nations games. That's at midnight on BBC 2. Now, there was one other replay played this week. Last night, 2nd Division Colchester played 1st Division Coventry, and they were watched by Tony Gubber.
Just a hopeful long ball by Colchester's Kem Izzet after 12 minutes, but it embarrassed Coventry defenders Steve Staunton and Richard Shaw, who failed to prevent Rowan Vine from muscling his way to the first goal of a great hat-trick. Coventry were given a way back when referee Anthony Leake failed to award a free kick after Morel seemed to foul Alan White, allowing Bjarne Gudjonsson to pick out Julian Joachim running into space. But that was as good as it got for the Division 1 side, as Colchester from Division 2 revived memories of their famous defeat of Don Revie's Leeds team in the 5th round in 1971. With 2 minutes left in the half, Colchester scored the best goal of the replay. 21-year-old Vine, on a year's loan from Portsmouth, showing great touch and awareness in the box, controlling the ball with one foot, shooting with the other to make it 2-1. And Colchester's giant killing was completed when Vine claimed the match ball in the 57th minute. From the free kick, Joe Keith's shot was spilled by goalkeeper Ward, and Vine reacted quickest. To add to Coventry manager Eric Black's problems, defender Callum Davenport was sent off in the 87th minute after 2 yellow cards. The first after clashing with Wayne Andrews, and then 6 minutes later for dissent. Colchester have a place in the 5th round for the first time in 25 years and a visit to Sheffield United. And Rowan Vine is still clutching the match ball.
It's a massive win for the boys, really. I mean, I think over the two games we were the better team. We outplayed them for most of it up there, and like last night I thought we were by far better than them. And to get through and then to be playing Sheffield United and still maybe have got an outside chance of going progressing again, it's brilliant, and we're all looking forward to it.
Yeah, that was a nice cap. Here's the revised 5th round draw right at the top there. Got to ask you, Peter, your two former clubs, Manchester United and Manchester City.
That is just. I mean, you said that Arsenal and Chelsea was the tie of the round.
Well, that is two teams at the top 3.
For you Southerners, it might be, but for us Northerners, that is a fantastic tie. And that's going to be some game.
Arsenal Chelsea is the tie of the round because we've got it.
Yeah,
that's how it works.
But that's a special game, though.
Gentlemen, thanks very much for your company. Well, that's it from us. At one stage tonight, we thought Kevin Keegan was going the same way as Razor Ruddock, but he's still in there. Good night.
And it's a goal straight away. And Robbie Keane. And if they make a hash of this now, Spurs, they'll only have themselves to blame.